2 of the acts. Oh wow, I thought that was like entry music. Of the acts of 2023, this meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast, unless required by law. This meeting will be recorded by the local scene. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access channels, Verizon 39 or Comcast 9. Viewers can also visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. I call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda, I'd ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, open forum. If anybody has an item that, like on a future agenda, you may head towards the podium. This is not an opportunity for us to deliberate about something, but again, just for future items on the agenda. So I'd ask you to be brief. We do have a question.
Can I have
Yep.
Mike after? I'd like to.
Yeah, you can get comfortable there. I'm going to ask the board members if they have anything first.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
So basically, the current authorizations for remote options for public meetings is set to expire March 31st.
Ooh.
So there are a couple of acts going through, right, through the House and the Senate legislature, an act to modernize municipal meetings, town meetings, and local elections, which allows for the option of remote or hybrid meetings. They've been very useful for us in terms of increasing participation, both obviously remotely, and also saves us money, right? We don't have to pay for time for the lawyer to drive in and speak to us. I mean, they can attend remotely. So it's a great benefit. So I think we should maybe add that to the agenda of how we're going to help and get the message out to legislators that this is something that this select board in this town would really like for this option to continue, maybe become permanent. So I'd like to add that to the agenda.
Excellent. Anyone else?
Yes. Unless there was somebody down there. An update on the MBTA communities. The working group had its first meeting on Thursday, the 20th. There are 7 members total. 2 have determined they're not able to continue. So we're going to ask this select board to appoint 2 members in the near future. So we'll watch out for that. The working group, as constituted, voted on the 20th along the lines of what this board discussed, I think it was the week before, about paper compliance, and we voted to pursue paper compliance as a strategy. Now with that, the following day, the 21st, Friday, the state auditor came out with 3 determinations for the cities, for the city of Methuen, the town of Middleborough, and the town of Rentham, that the MBTA Communities Act is an unfunded mandate. And that, I think, is an important issue for this board to consider because it directly affects our strategy as to how we're going to allocate our resources in what our next steps are going to be. So I asked Mike, he was kind enough to put MBTA communities as an item on next week's agenda, so we can have discussion on all those matters. Thanks.
Thank you. And I don't want to steal Rainey's thunder either. That may come up during Rainey's Town Manager Act, Town Manager Report. No pun intended there.
If I could just add on to that I would request that the chair put on not just that on the agenda, but also an executive session for that agenda item, as well as we may want to contemplate litigation.
Okay. Relatedly, but not in the same, under the same act, this is a 40B issue. the housing production plan that we voted for some months back that the Affordable Housing Trust had developed with the consultant. We received a letter on February 24th. It was forwarded to me from our planning director. The Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities approved that plan. The effective date for it is February, I'm trying to read it here, February 16th of 2025. The date the EOHLC received a complete plan submission. That plan has a 5-year term and will expire on February 15th of 2030. Approval of your HPP allows the town to request EOHLC's certification of municipal compliance when units of SHI eligible housing have been produced during 1 calendar year, which must be the same calendar year that certification is requested, and it goes on from there. The Director of Livable Communities Division, Chris Klukman, applauded our efforts for the plan and offered their assistance in implementation. I have received some communication from the planning board that they would like that to come up on a future agenda as well. Once they've met, I believe they met tonight and discussed that as part of their agenda. But I just wanted to pass that along. And if I know the board has a copy of the letter that was received from EOHLC. That's it for the board. I appreciate your patience, sir. If you could just give your name and street address and then whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you. I'm Stan Wheatley, and the street address is 1548 Tremont Street. I'm also speaking for my wife, Sigrid, who can't be here tonight. When I originally asked to be on the agenda for this meeting, my concern was the public and private nuisance that is being caused by the sand mining operations behind the DPW operation and also up on Tea Kettle Lane. The two operations together are generating over 300 trips a day back and forth in front of my house. Let that sink in. More than 300 trips a day. The nuisance in the legal sense, and I'm a lawyer, full disclosure, nuisance in the legal sense is defined by reasonableness. What is reasonable? So Tremont Street is a public street, and trucks have a right to use it. But it's subject to a rule of reason. And 300 plus trips a day is unreasonable by, I would say, at least 3 orders of magnitude. These trucks are huge. They're 18-wheelers that can weigh up to 80,000 pounds. They're 10-wheelers that can weigh up to 50,000 pounds. Our little stretch of Tremont Street is very narrow. The houses are close to the street. They're businesses that are close. It's sort of a village environment. We have about 6 homes and about 6 businesses concentrated into that area. The speed limit in front of our house is only 30 miles an hour. It is being almost universally disregarded. There are a couple of contractors, the general contractor, Duxbury Construction, their drivers are fairly respectful. One of the subs, Plymouth County Paving, is fairly respectable. The rest are scofflaws. Today, I was watching today, the 2 worst offenders, the booby prize today goes to a trucking company called SD Richards and another company called RGD Trucking, doing well in excess of the posted limit in front of my house. The other thing that is really a problem is that many of these trucks have extra loud, illegal, aftermarket exhausts. I won't bore you with the details, but the bottom line, you're not allowed to tamper with an exhaust on a vehicle like this. And these guys, whatever their issue is, they're putting aftermarket exhausts that are extraordinarily loud. And they're loud because, again, you look at some of the other trucks. And again, Duxbury Construction, the general contractor, his trucks aren't particularly loud. Plymouth County Paving, their trucks aren't particularly loud. So it is possible to do this job without making a lot of noise. But there's a handful of other contractors that, for whatever reason, I won't speculate, feel like they have to make a lot of noise while they go about their business. And it's totally unnecessary and totally unacceptable. And then the other thing that's related to that is there's a lot of these drivers are doing unnecessary engine braking. If you were actually doing 30 miles an hour in front of my house, you wouldn't need to use engine braking to come to a stop by the time you got to Cox's Corner. So, and I think sometimes they're just doing it on purpose because, again, they're compensating for something. They're just making noise because it pleases them to do it. And this goes on for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. Okay? I just don't think people have their heads wrapped around what a big nuisance this is. As a result, we're getting excessive noise pollution, excessive air pollution. There are tremors in the ground that literally shake the house dozens of times every day. You've got the speeding as a public safety issue. It's causing my wife and me emotional distress. It's causing diminution in property values on the street. It's just a huge problem that so far, this is the third year that we've been through this, it's just been totally ignored and totally unaddressed. Now, subsequent to asking to be on the agenda about the nuisance aspect, I've come to find out that not only is this a legal nuisance, it's also completely illegal because they don't have the permits that are required to do these excavations, these sand mining operations. There's never been a permit. There's never been an earth removal permit for the DPW project. And the earth removal permit for Teakettle Lane expired January 31st of this year. It's the old saying, no ticket, no laundry. They got no tickets. And for Teakettle Lane, there's just no excuse. The regulations under Section 8 of the earth removal bylaw make it quite clear that a permit is good for 1 year, and after that, you have to reapply and get another permit. And I don't think that's even possible right now because, as I understand it, there's some kind of moratorium on these permits. The town has taken a position, or at least it's been articulated by one town representative, that they don't need a permit for the DPW operation because they have a clearing and grading permit from the planning board. I invite you to look at that's section 611 of the zoning bylaw. I invite you to look at that. It just says nothing about removing material from a site. And in fact, the permit in this case, in this instance that they're relying on, was issued before they even knew who the contractor was going to be. So it doesn't say who's the contractor. It doesn't say how much material you can remove. It doesn't say when you can remove it. There's no bond requirement, as there is under a Section 8 permit. It's just ridiculous to say that a 611 permit is a substitute for a Section 8 permit. And in fact, the language of the two sections makes that clear because 611 specifically says if you have a Section 8 permit, you're exempt. So the town has it backwards. 611 and Section 8 do not say that if you have a 611 permit, you're exempt from Section 8. The town has it completely backwards. So, not only is it a legal nuisance, but they don't have a ticket. They don't have the permit. The last thing I want to say is I understand that Vice Chair McNabb has undertaken to redraft Section 8 and the regulations under Section 8. And so what I'm asking this board to do is to press pause on these operations until that can happen. The beach is still going to be there next year, and I fully understand that some amount of traffic is reasonable, but I don't think that we should go barreling forward the way we are right now until we've had a chance to redraft Section 8, the regulations under Section 8, in a way that mitigates what I think is just enormous harm from these trucking operations. So, I'll just close by asking, will you do that? Will you press pause?
We can't deliberate, but I think our town manager can respond to some of what you...
Hi, Mr. Wheatley. I did receive your requests on the 14th and the 18th. They were forwarded to council and the building commissioner, and I suspect that they will have a response for you sometime this week.
And the trucking continues in the meantime?
Well, in the meantime, yes, I would imagine it will.
Well, obviously, I'm not pleased about that.
Understood. But yeah, I expect them to have a response to you hopefully tomorrow or the next day.
I'm sorry you're seeing blank faces, but it's not on the agenda tonight, so we can't deliberate about it, have a back and forth
All right.
with you.
No, I'm
It's not because we don't
I
care.
did ask to be on the agenda, but in any event, I'm just pleased that you were able to hear me tonight.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We
Thank
did
you.
hear. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a possibility that we get that on the agenda for next week so we could follow up with this, Rainey? What does our agenda look like next week?
Let me look. I'll see. Yes, there is a possibility.
And I'm assuming, again, without getting into this, but if there are any permits that are expired, then an immediate cease would occur at the administrative level.
Yes, and I'm not aware that any permits have expired for the DPW building project.
I'm suggesting all the open permits, not just the
Oh.
DPW, all open permits. If we could just confirm that they are all current and none have expired, because if they have expired, then obviously there should not be work continuing.
I will check with Jim.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right. There being no other open forum items, I'd like to move on to new business. We have a public hearing for shellfish aquaculture license renewals. I don't know that we have to.
Mr. Brennan, usually.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, would you like to lead us off here?
Dick Brennan, 100 Myrtle Street, Shellfish Advisory Chair. We had a shellfish meeting January 22nd, and we looked at two items. One was 10-year grant renewals and a grant transfer. There were 5 grant renewals of 10 years. What's involved in that is they fill out an application, they prove residency, they show a tax bill, a real estate tax bill, they show a site plan, plus they show what their plans are. Most of these people have had grants since 2004, so the plan doesn't change much because they've been successful. I have copies of all theirs if you'd like to see them. So right now, I'd like to have you approve the 5 10-year renewals.
What was the recommendation of the Shellfish Advisory Committee?
It was unanimous. It was 7-4 and 1 abstention. So it was unanimous. 7
ahead.
passed it.
Go ahead.
Are any of these licenses associated, remember there was a problem with the float license, and there was basically, should we say, pushing the envelope in terms of the use of the float? Are any of these folks here?
That grant holder was not involved in this.
There's not, that grant holder is not on this list?
No, they're all different people.
Okay.
That was more than pushing the envelope.
Well, I was being polite.
Any of the board members have any questions? Any of the members of the public have any questions?
No, and the fees that are involved in these renewals, I know, Dick, when you came before the board the last time, you requested that we look at the fees associated with, I think it's the transfer of the license, because there's a lot of work that's involved in that process, and you don't feel that the fees that are being charged are adequately covering the costs incurred with that transfer. So
The fees are set up by the state, so we're kind of locked into that.
Okay.
The only thing that there isn't there is an administrative fee from the town. I'm not sure if you want to look into that or not. Never has been before.
I'm just trying to collect all those fees we can.
Is that something that the fiscal advisory can look into?
I suppose.
Or maybe
Here comes Jake.
Jake?
Just for point of clarification, that would be if the board is the issuing authority. So if that is something that you do want to look into, that you have every right to exercise that.
I personally think that the fees should cover the costs to the town for the renewals as well as the transfers. It's the transfers that I hear are the bigger the expenditure of time and resources on our end.
And
So
I can on my end compile of what's being done in other communities and provide
Yeah.
that to the board.
That'd be great, Jake. Thank you.
Thank you. With respect to these renewals, does the public or the board have any questions? There being none, I'll take motions.
All right, there are 5 individual motions. We'll start with Arthur Bennett. I move that the Select Board approves the renewal for Arthur W. Bennett, 24 Hicks Point Road, for the aquaculture lease license number COE 4054-E for 10 years.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is Stephen Gilbert. I move that the Select Board approves the renewal of Stephen W. Gilbert, 265 Summer Street, for the aquaculture lease license number 4000-2, 6277-1 for 10 years.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next is for Joe Grady. I move that the Select Board approve the renewal for Joseph M. Grady Jr., 10 Wendell Pond Road, for the aquaculture lease license number 4647-7, COE 2004-4364 for 10 years.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next is Henry McCarthy. I move that the Select Board approve the renewal of Henry S. McCarthy, 231 Bolus Road, for the aquaculture lease license number 142035AB for 10 years.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And finally, Paul McCarthy. I move that the Select Board approve the renewal of Paul McCarthy, 220 Depot Street, for the aquaculture lease license number 120568AB for 10 years.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
All right.
I have one other thing, that's the grant transfer.
Yes.
The grant is, the process for transferring a grant is similar to the 10-year renewals lease, except that the grant goes from one party to another party. What we asked this, the party is here, Arlene McGrath. When we interviewed them, we asked them what they, a couple of things they need to know before the grant is issued. Are they residents? Yes. Do they have experience? Their son has over a dozen years of experience working this grant as the manager. So they have, all of the boxes were checked, and we recommend that the transfer go forward. They're here if you want to speak to them.
I have a question.
Yeah. For the grant, do you have it for the McGrath family or for?
The process.
Of course. Yeah, go right ahead. You're.
So I'm just wondering how you choose who you're going to transfer a grant to. I know that there's
He doesn't.
there's a list of people that would like to have a license, correct?
The list is only for any grants that are unclaimed or that are open. The person who owns the grant now, is in possession of the grant now, has the choice of picking who they want.
They sell them. The leases
Yeah.
are sold.
There's state statute
transferred.
under Chapter 130 that allows for lease transfers to who would be a qualified applicant if they were applying right off the street or on the wait list. So yeah, the wait list would be for those who failed to meet the minimum requirements, and that lease site would be open to the next person on the waiting list. Or if somebody just decides to give it up and not transfer it, that is also how somebody off the waiting list would be.
Okay, so whoever owns the lease gets to choose who they get to transfer
Yeah,
to.
well, they
Well,
can-
as long as that person's qualified.
yeah, and they have to come before the board,
Yeah.
and they have to go before the
Right.
shellfish advisor. So there's many steps, but yes,
Yeah.
essentially,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Jake, before you, could I ask a question too? Of
course.
Process. The leases are typically sold, but, so let's just say what it is. I mean, it's within everybody's right. I would like to know if in the event that a lease was, if we took back a lease for behaviors inconsistent with the lease and the permit that we issue.
Yep.
Then that lease would then become available to someone on the list.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Just want
absolutely.
to confirm
Yep.
that. Thank you.
Is Adrian McGrath here? Would you mind, not, nice,
I'm Adrian McGrath, 59 Bayview Road.
I was particularly impressed by your application.
Thank you.
And I think it would be beneficial to the board and to the members of the public. If you could just describe who will be owning and operating this, and just a brief summary of the experience and what you'd be using this these acres for.
Certainly. And appreciate the consideration of the application of this lease transfer. And we'd be very honored to have this transfer from Christian Horn, who has been instrumental in the oyster business and the success of it in Duxbury. I would be responsible for all the permitting, the licensing, all the expenses, all the paperwork. I get that. It's a family operation. My son Connor has worked this particular lease for over 18 years, and our intent is to continue the proven methods that Christian Horn has used. And we plan on planting 2 million seed and on the 3-acre site, and we would be using an upweller and then having it placed into our growing area and then harvested.
And you're a longtime Duxbury resident.
38 years, but my husband's like probably 60 years. Jack McGrath.
Okay. Any members of the public or board members have any questions?
I have no questions.
No.
Okay.
Happy to offer a motion.
Thank you very much.
I move the Select Board approve the transfer of license from Christian Horn to Adrian McGrath, 59 Bayview Road, for agriculture lease number 2122-2 for 3 years, pending all federal, state, and local reviews and approvals.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want one more thing, just a clarification. The grants aren't sold.
Oh,
Uh,
the
Only the equipment is.
the equipment,
The seed that's
okay.
on the ground, that stuff. The grants are transferred. There's no money exchange between people. So, and it's just fees. So we don't, unfortunately, we couldn't sell them. I would like to see that happen, but that's not happening. All right, anything else for me?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. You're welcome to
And
stay.
thank you for that clarification, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have voting recommendations on annual town meeting articles.
We have municipal aggregation
Oh,
is next.
sorry. I have the old agenda. We have a discussion regarding municipal aggregation status, an update including rates and timeline, and this is Mr. Wendell Stern of the Alternative Energy Committee Chair.
Good evening, Wendell Cerny, Bay Ridge Lane, Chair of the Alternative Energy Committee. First of all, I did forward you 3 documents. One of them was a timeline of what's happened so far as municipal aggregation, where we've been and where we need to go. So that was one document. Then there's another document which contains the actual rate proposal that the Alternative Energy Committee is proposing to you, and hopefully that you will vote on it tonight. And then there is a third document which I don't think we'll have a chance to get to tonight, which involves our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which we conducted, but I think we could spend more time on that another time. So that's just for your information. So the most important part, of course, is moving forward on aggregation, which, according to timeline, if I can just remind you that this all started back in town meeting of March 2016. And then it was not picked up again until the Alternative Energy Committee was considering doing municipal aggregation and realized that the town had already approved municipal aggregation, which, by the way, since 1997 has been permitted to towns of the state of Massachusetts, whereby they can they can bargain for, or they can solicit different rates than the supplier, which for us is Eversource. So you can, as a unit, municipal unit, go out and, in most cases, hire a broker and try to negotiate better rates. And you can do that a number of ways. One way is simply to say, okay, here are the traditional sources of energy production. We're just going to try to negotiate a lower price. Or you can do some add-ons. So, for example, you can add the proviso that a certain percentage of what is being produced and consumed in the community is from renewable sources. So there are many reasons to go that alternative, which is why we call it a green municipal aggregation. All right, so going back 2023, we decided we're going to look into it, came before the select board and said, okay, can you help us out here by approving, helping to choose a broker? These are the people who actually go out and procure the contracts and then basically manage this aggregation program for the community. So we investigated all the brokers in the Commonwealth, and we recommended Colonial Power Group, and that was approved. So we signed a contract with them. They composed a aggregation plan, which was promoted, published to the town, public commentary, etc., and then that was approved. And then it was submitted after some more public hearings, etc., to the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities. That was in May of 2024. The DPU approved our aggregation plan December 4th last year. So where are we now? What we need to do now is to say we need to select a plan, a rate structure, and then ask Colonial Power to go out and solicit bids on that aggregation, the supply of the electricity, seeing if they could reach our rates. Now, I'd like to just briefly talk about what the Alternative Energy Committee did in order to come up with a certain proposed rate structure. We knew that there were two things that we definitely needed to do. One was to provide savings to the residents and businesses of this town. So any plan that we came up with, suggested rate structure, would have to include that. The second thing was to add in what we call renewable energy credits to the mix, meaning we commit to having a higher percentage of our supply than is provided by Eversource right now. They're required by law to use a certain percentage of renewable energy. We felt we need to bump that up so that we could encourage those businesses or those energy producers that are investing in green energy. So we said that should be part of the mix also. So we came up with 3 levels, I always say options, and I do believe I can have you turn to that now. That is the proposal that we came up with. Again, it was after a lot of research. We looked at all the towns served by Colonial Power to see what the rates were. We looked at participation rates. So, for example, let's say that a town had the mass required plus, say, 40% renewables. So we looked at that and said, well, okay, how many people actually participate? You may offer that as an option, but how many people are actually participating in that? So, so this is one of the things that we looked at in trying to come up with this rate structure. So there are 3 options in our proposal. The first one is, and do you have that in front of you?
Right.
Is it something?
Yeah, it should say.
It was on the screen.
Oh, it was. What does it look like, Wendell?
Okay,
It's
it
I
would
think
simply be, there's a, no, there's a table.
This one?
I think
No,
it's
it's
this
not
one.
that
It's
one.
It's what we're looking at in our, it's
Yeah, it's,
Duxbury Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory?
No.
No, that's the wrong one.
No, I don't think, we didn't get it in,
Hold on a second. before this?
in our
No,
packet, so,
It
Procurement
doesn't
and
say,
outreach?
it should, the heading should be Duxbury Alternative Energy Committee Green Municipal Aggregation Rate Structure Proposal.
Yes, that's in our packet.
Right.
That's
And
right
there's
after,
a it contains a statement,
right after new
the rate
business.
structure proposal, and the action requested.
Okay. Yes, I see that.
Yes, yep.
What page?
Second
That's
page.
page 14 of the PDF.
yeah, got it.
Okay.
Oh, got it, yep.
All right, so if you don't mind, I'll read the statement. I may, in reading the statement, repeat myself. I just wanted to be clearly stated, though. So, the Duxbury Alternative Energy Committee, having researched municipal aggregation plans from all of the communities served by Colonial Power, our aggregation broker, and having studied the current electrical utility rates for those same communities, and having reviewed a draft of Colonial Power's indicative pricing, which is based upon current information from energy suppliers, has decided upon a recommended rate structure which will achieve the twin goals of savings for Duxbury residents and increase investment in renewable energy sources, a goal set by way in Envision Duxbury, our master plan. So the rate structure proposal, the AEC recommends the following rate structure, which features three options. The first option is called entry rate. This would be the rate that all consumers, residential and commercial, would be enrolled in initially. And that would be mass required plus 25% mass class 1 renewable energy credits. So 25% additional renewable energy to whatever source is now required to produce or use. So that would be the rate that everyone would be enrolled in initially. However, there are two other options. Let's say that we begin this program, someone sees that rate, they don't like it, they can go a number of ways, which I'll explain. But if they're going to stay within the program, they could go to optional basic, which is simply the same as what Eversource requires as far as how much renewable energy, but we'd be negotiating for a lower price, the power of a larger number of people. Then the third option we call optional green would be 100% Massachusetts class, so it's 100% renewable, so that someone can opt down from that entry rate, or they could opt up, or they could just opt out, saying, I do not want to participate. Or, and there's another option, I hope this is not too confusing. The other option is that you can take advantage of, and we all get these mailers from these third energy suppliers, and you can decide to go that way. And there's a whole dashboard or portal on the Mass Department of Energy Resources site where you can go in and select these. So those are all the options. But this is the rate structure that the AEC feels is, after our study, well, this is the one we're recommending to you. So finally, the action requested, I'm quoting from this proposal, the AEC asks that the Select Board vote to accept this rate structure so that Colonial Power can solicit bids from energy suppliers. Once those bids have been received, the Select Board and Town Manager can decide which, if any, bid to accept. A contract would be executed at that time. Now, in the interim, between this proposal and this study, so we could come up with what we thought was a reasonable rate structure, things have been happening on the energy production site. So even the indicative pricing that was given to us by Colonial Power has changed. So I have asked Colonial Power to log in and be with us tonight and be available to questions, so they can now describe what the situation is, so that when it comes to voting on this proposal, we could have a better informed idea of what this would all mean. Does that sound like the thing to do at this point, Mark? Would you be ready to explain the situation now?
Can I have a... Absolutely.
Oh, you have a
question?
yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So Wendell, just give me the thinking behind the entry rate not being the optional basic. Why did you go for the basic, the MA required plus 25% renewals? Why didn't you? What was the thinking behind that?
as this committee, and what our mission is, and in the recommendation of Envision Duxbury, they're asking us to begin to use clean energy sources to add that to this mix. And so, notice we didn't say 100%, we said 25%.
Okay.
So we closely looked at what the situation was at that time, and again, looking at all the towns, there are 73 towns, communities served by Colonial Power. What were they paying for that amount, 25%? Okay, so okay, this is we're doing better than the Eversource rate here. Let it be at this time, that we constructed this. This looks good to us, but as you know, there are no guarantees. But does that reasoning seem?
Yeah, no.
Does that seem-
I think for me is the key
Yeah.
is that
Yeah.
that what you're trying to do is basically kind of maybe implement or at least respect what the residents stated and envisioned for Duxbury, right?
Yes.
That they wanted to look at savings, but
Yes.
also increased investment in renewable energy. So that was what the feedback from the residents and was basically written in Envision Duxbury. That's why you've set the entry rate to reflect that. But then you have an option of going back to the dumbing down or dumbing up, so to speak, whatever the choices are, right? So, okay.
Right.
I just want to make that clear.
Not by doing, coming up with a town-wide survey to determine exactly what percentage people would.
No, but-
It was like our
No.
best guess. And,
Best guess, yeah.
And the thought also was there are people who really do believe that they would like to have more renewable energy
Yes.
in their mix,
Yeah.
but they're not able to, or they're not willing to, say, go to
Yep.
putting solar panels up, or a nuclear power plant in their backyard. They're not going to do that.
Okay, no, it makes
so
sense,
They,
Wendell.
so they want to. So this gives people that opportunity.
Yep, good.
Yep. So that was the thinking.
Very clear, thank you.
Yep.
Mark, do you want to kind of touch on, there's been a lot going on about Eversource and increased costs, and I know we're talking about just the supplier rates here, but is there anything you want to touch on with respect to this?
The one thing I'd want to say is just the market, it has been running actually quite fast. So from the pricing we were able to get you in January, just some other indicative pricing, the market is up almost a penny. So really all we're looking to do now is give hopefully give the manager the authority to sign off on a future date when the market has settled down. We're starting to finally get some warm weather here. This has been a tremendously cold winter compared to the last three. And we're seeing that in the pricing here. The run-up has been historic, honestly. It has been historic. I mean, we've seen it worse, don't get me wrong, but just given the cold, it's been a long time. So again, all we're looking to do here is when the market does come back in favor, have the manager have the authority to sign off on pricing that makes sense. And the good news about aggregation is he's going to know what the basic service rate is. Right now it's that 13,241. So we're going to make sure that we don't start this program with anything above that rate. The 25% will be below that rate. 100% probably will be slightly above. But the goal here is to make sure that everyone sees, as Wendell already pointed out, sees savings and extra green. And the good news is it's easy to do on Monday morning.
Okay.
And you'll work with the town manager to kind of find that sweet
Correct.
spot?
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions from the public or board members?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wendell, thank you very much, you and members of the Alternative Energy Committee. I know there's a lot of work that's been gone into this. A lot of time, as you mentioned, has been invested, and I think this is a great outcome for the town to give residents the opportunity to participate or not, as the case may be. You're furthering a goal under the comprehensive plan, which we always love to see. It's an important thing. But I just want to emphasize the point here that nobody's forced to stay with renewable energy if, for whatever reason, they feel that they want to go with something else. Choices still exist. And I do think that it makes sense to have a default that defaults you into the program at 25%. You'll have an opportunity to opt out, change it as you see fit. I understand, Mark, from one of your earlier presentations to us, there'll be ample notification to ratepayers as to what they need to do, how to do it, that sort of thing. So nobody will be duped, so to speak. We all get those mailers from time to time that say, sign up with XYZ Energy, and we don't know who it is. This is simply the town getting an economy of scale with other communities in terms of everybody's buying electricity as a group, so you buy in bulk just like BJ's, and you get a lower price. So this is terrific, and I note that worst case is even if somebody doesn't want to sign up for the renewable energy component, the base rate, or what you're calling optional basic, as far as we know, is intended to be lower than whatever the basic service is for NSTAR. So there's really no downside, right? So thank you.
Yep. Go ahead.
I have a quick question about the three options. So we're gonna, the kind of the default is the entry rate, which is the regular rate, and the 25% being green. And then you can up or down. Are there any other options for somebody who may want to do 50-50 or 75% green, 25% regular, but can't really afford the whole 100% green?
You know, we thought about that, whether we could have more steps here. I think we reduce it to these three, just because it's less confusing. If, however, let's say we find that participation rate is really, really high and might indicate a different rate structure in the future, I'd say we could go for that. This is just our opinion as for the rollout of the program.
Okay.
Yeah, not trying to limit anyone's commitment.
I understand.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
sometimes easier is better at the beginning,
I
but I
think
do
so.
think that options going forward, may suit a lot of people.
You know, I have to say, Ms. Glenn, I really appreciate the fact that you brought up for the audience here and people listening, and it's going to be covered too, the fact that it's a voluntary program, that the town does it because by law we are the agents. The town is the one who can apply for this aggregation. So the fact that you point out that the other thing that I think, I have to say this publicly, I think that Colonial Power, I have to praise them, and I'm not getting any for this. They've been really, really great in getting things to us, and I think people will recognize that. And so they take on a lot of responsibility. So they're essentially running this program. You know, the links on the website, and when people sign up, all the communication with people, comes through them. So they take that on. Of course, there's a fee, but it's, they're doing a great service. Also, I need to emphasize, on the AC, we know we have a responsibility to educate the public about this, to make sure that people really do understand there's not any fear or trepidation about this, and so that we will have information to be distributed at the town meeting, for example, and we'll also collaborate with Colonial Power and other organizations in town to do public forums so that people know about this. And so there'll be printed information, education, a public forum, etc. So we recognize that responsibility too. For this to be successful, you have to let people know what this is all about.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Any from the board? We have Mr. Carl. Did you have something you would like to say? I know you're on this committee and appreciate all your help.
I would. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can? Okay. I would have been there. I'm sorry I'm not physically there, but I didn't want to infect anybody, so
Thank you.
this remotely.
We appreciate that.
To echo one point that Wendell made and Amy brought up, we thought that keeping this simple would turn fewer people away, and that too much choice sometimes became confusing. Although personally, just personally, I like the idea of having another option that would be between 125, but that's to be decided down the line. What I wanted to say was that we've spoken a lot about the win-win, as one of you put it, approach that we've sought, both economically and environmentally. But if everyone takes the default option, which is the one that's automatically signed up, which adds 25% renewable energy to the mix of electricity production, that's equivalent to taking 1/4 of the population of Duxbury and having it carbon neutral. That's 4,000 people, essentially. And that is quite a substantial achievement, really impactful, as much impact in a single step as I think any community can take to address the issues of carbon emissions and energy production. And that's just with our default sign-up option. So that's just the point I wanted to make, because I think it shows how strikingly powerful and successful and good this program can prove.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
With that, I'm happy to take a motion.
All right, happy to offer one. I move the Select Board accept the proposed rate structure as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Wendell.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
everybody.
Thanks for your confidence.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So, now we have quite an agenda. We're going to hopefully get some recommendations here for the annual town meeting warrant articles. Just go in order unless the town manager would like to do something different.
Can I interject, Chair? I'd like
You have a
to,
speech?
yes, I'd like to, I've got a speech.
All right.
I'd like to amend my vote for the record.
Oh, for 5?
5A.
Well, why don't, you want to do that at 5A?
Are we doing
'Cause we're gonna
5A
do
again?
We're going to do 4. I
We're
don't
going to
think
get there.
Could we get there 5A before then? I'd like to do that. Okay,
Of course.
good. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me know, and I'll
Yep.
I'll definitely let you do that.
I'm going to pass out the one-liners sheet.
They said we were just going to pass out.
Take that how you want. Yeah, that too. You're all witness to it. Yep, here it comes. Get ready.
We're all there.
Thank you. Someone said they'd catch me. That's very thoughtful. I have a limited number. I apologize. What this is basically a list of all the articles that the
This
board
goes
still
in that
needs to
blue folder.
go through. They're highlighted in yellow.
Yes, no, that goes
If you'd
in
like,
there.
if you'd like one to follow
Don't
through, I know
mind.
that Betsy and Brenda will need one from the perspective of the Finance Committee. I also have a limited number of hard copies of the annual and special. These are the final versions.
Okay.
Do you need one?
Nope, I have it right on my
Yes.
screen.
Okay.
You might need one.
See, I'm glad I made copies. I knew at least one or two of you would like them. Did you need one, Mike?
Yes, please.
Okay. So there's the special, but we're going to start with the annual. And I have a limited number of warrants as well. We're gonna
I
keep
need
one for
those, I
myself.
need that too.
Yep. And then there's the,
Excited about the municipal aggregate.
thank you for justifying it,
I wanted to
Fernando.
also bring up that.
Don't hold it against me, Brian.
I'll grumble a little bit.
Grumble, grumble. There you go. Okay, Mary, do you need copies?
Yes, yeah, let's get through this first.
Yes, please.
Do that.
Can I have the special as well?
I gave it to you. It was, oh, wait, I made one of the little ones for
Is it the warrant?
Yes, it is.
I was going to steal yours, but I don't need it. I have one.
Okay.
There you
There you
go.
are, sir. All right. Okay, we're going to give Michelle a moment to pass out also, or to hand out,
We're all passing out.
more appropriately.
Pass it out.
So while Michelle is distributing those, I will draw your attention first to the one-liners. Okay? I have
All right.
highlighted in yellow in the column entitled BOS vote, the remaining articles in need of review
Yes.
by this board, and a vote as to whether or not to recommend to the voters at town meeting. We have the proponents of the articles here with us this evening, and they're actually all listed on your agenda too,
Great.
so you know who's who. And Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that you simply just start at Article 4, which is the next one up for your consideration, and we can just run down the list
All
there.
right.
And Jeannie Horn, our HR director, is here
All right.
to talk about that one.
So we're going to start with Article 4. This is the funding of salaries, and our HR director is here tonight to walk us through that one.
Great.
And I know you've done it already for the Finance Committee, so thank you for doing this twice.
My pleasure. Jeannie Horn, Human Resources Director for the town of Duxbury. And as Mike indicated, I did present this article to the Finance Committee on February 13th, I believe. So I am here to present the same article to the Select Board. That's typically how we have, that's the order of operations that we've used in the past. So just in terms of background, I have been asked this year to present Article 4 on an individualized rather than an aggregated basis. And I am not going to recommend that approach because, number one, the employees have not been informed of the individual pay changes that could result pending town meeting vote. Second, I don't want to make a public promise to an employee that is contingent upon town meeting vote. So the numbers that I'm presenting, I've always presented them in an aggregated format by category. And I do that because I don't want to make a promise. The town does not want to make a promise that we can't keep. So I would recommend that we continue with the practice that we've used over the past probably 5 or 10 years. So I just wanted to address that right out of the gate. So in terms of what I'm presenting today, I'm presenting Article 4 with a total estimated cost of $188,000. That cost is the result of our second classification and compensation study since 2021. So there was one in 2021 that we implemented, and this is the follow-up. And the objective of our compensation system and the compensation study is to maintain a pay structure that ensures equitable compensation based on the town's ability to pay. So there is a methodology that we use on a consistent basis, and it's important to note that the reason why we have a compensation system and a methodology is because we do not make individual changes because we have a systemic approach. So the changes that we make to our compensation are made systemically across our non-union organization, which encompasses 131 people. And we apply that methodology consistently across all situations to ensure that we are providing fair and equitable pay. In terms of the classification and compensation study, I'll just walk through the process that we used there, and we replicated again the process that we used in 2021. So we utilized a consultant, GovHR, and the first step of the classification and compensation study is to take an internal comparison across our organization. And Duxbury is unique in that we utilize a compensation system and study that includes all of our non-union and our union positions. So there were a total of 144 unique job titles that we examined, 108 non-union positions or job titles, and 36 union job titles. So what we did was we used a point factor system, and the point factor system includes 9 factors that we applied to each individual job title. They include education, work experience, decision-making and independent judgment, responsibility for policy development, planning of work, contact with others, work of others, so supervision, working conditions, and the use of technology and specialized equipment. And technology extends to individuals in more trade-oriented positions like DPW as well. And the process included evaluating the job description, the employee's completed job analysis questionnaire, the supervisor comments on the job analysis questionnaire. Virtual interviews were conducted by GovHR with at least one employee from every job title. And the classification plan was developed using those internal equity efforts. So we compared how positions relate to one another within the town. So that was the first thing that we did, and that established 15 grades, grades 1 through 15. Then we examined the external environment, and we established comparable entities or communities. So the comparable communities criteria that we used, there was 8 criteria. It included population, DOR income per capita, equalized value per capita, total assessed value, tax levy, total budget, state aid, and proximity to the town of Duxbury. This resulted in 18 comparable communities, which include Abington, Bridgewater, Carver, Cohasset, East Bridgewater, Hanover, Hingham, Hull, Kingston, Marshfield, Middleborough, Norwell, Pembroke, Plymouth, Rockland, Situate, Wareham, but we never get any data from Wareham, and Whitman. So previously we had 16 comparable communities, and they were not as contiguous. So like Plymouth is one example of a contiguous community that was not included previously because they have a different ability to pay based on their commercial tax base. But the fact is, we are competing for employees. So we used our actual experience to identify more appropriate comparable entities for the study. And then data was collected from each of those studies for, I believe, well, we had 144 job titles. I think we used a benchmark of about 120 job titles, which far exceeds what's typical in a classification study, but we wanted to collect as much information as possible. And the goal of the study was to collect pay ranges rather than actual pay. So there were some situations where we couldn't collect pay ranges, so we had to go with actual pay. But the overall goal of the study is to ensure that we are paying our employees within the pay range for their grade. It's not to match the market data for each individual pay, because we're not always sure what's in the pay. It could be a retirement payout. It really, there's a wide variety of pay factors that go into actual pay. That's why pay ranges is a much better tool to use for this purpose. Let's see. So we targeted the 60th percentile for salary surveys. And so of the 15 grades, each grade has a 35% spread from the minimum of the range to the maximum of the range. And then in terms of implementation, what I'll be talking about next is how much it costs, for example, to move employees whose present compensation is below the minimum of the proposed pay range. So that will be determined. I'll talk about that and how much it will cost to reclassify job titles. So for individuals whose present compensation is within the proposed pay range, they will receive no additional adjustment. They'll just go into the proposed pay range at their current rate. And individuals whose present compensation is above the maximum compensation for the range, they will be redlined, and they will not receive a reduction in compensation, but they may receive a one-time payment until such time that further market analysis indicates that there is an alignment within the marketplace. So we're recommending a 2% increase in the bottom and the top of the pay compensation that we have. So basically we aged the data. So we took the pay ranges that were recommended by the classification and compensation study, and then we went out and re-benchmarked all of our competitive set communities to understand what percentage increase they anticipated they would be providing to their employees in fiscal year 26. And that was an average of 2%. So in order to stay competitive in the marketplace, we're recommending that we age the data that we resulted from the classification and compensation by 2% at the minimum of the pay range and 2% at the maximum of the pay range so that we can remain competitive. And that translates into a 2% annual increase for our non-union employees. And that will cost $131,103 for all 131 people within the personnel policies. So we did, the study recommends that we reclassify 17 of the job titles, of the 108 job titles in the non-union personnel policies. What's interesting about that is the assumption might be that all 17 of those job titles would receive an adjustment in pay in order to get to the pay range because they're upgraded. They're in a, let's say you're a grade 5 and you're being upgraded to a grade 6. In 10 of those situations, there is no adjustment necessary because they are already receiving pay that's within the proposed pay range of the next grade. So that's good news. That means that we are paying people more appropriately than we were before, so we don't have to make such big adjustments in our pay ranges. Fernando, did you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, just a question about the reclassification. So I'm just looking at Article 4 in the warrant. So the planning director was originally classified as a 12, and now is classified as a 13, right?
Yes.
And so we were unable to attract a planning director to come and work for us at a grade 12, but hopefully the grade 13 now reflects more about the scope and scale of the job and is more competitive in the marketplace. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement. In addition to that, in the absence of a planning director, we are now painfully aware of the value that a planning director brings to our organization, and we're not having less climate issues, fewer climate issues, and we're having conversations about MBTA communities and climate and
zoning.
So the complexity and the relevance of the job changes. So that's why it's important to re-examine and reclassify our positions every 3 to 5 years as required by the Massachusetts Equal Pay Act.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie.
You're welcome. So we will be reclassifying 17 job titles. As I said, 10 of those job titles will receive no pay change, meaning they will not need an adjustment to get to the minimum of the pay range because they're already paid within the pay range. 7 of those positions will need an adjustment to move them into the minimum of that pay range, and that will cost $35,407. Now that also includes the estimated cost of settling 2 employment contracts. So that's kind of a twofer. So it's a reclassification of people who have grades with their jobs, and it also includes the cost of settling 2 employment contracts, which are also the employment contracts are articulated in Article 4 as well. And then, as I said, we have a general increase of 2% that's being recommended at a little over $131,000. We are not recommending a merit pool increase for fiscal year 26, given the financial situation that we're facing. And we think it's important to implement the results of the classification and compensation study, so we will be doing that, but we will not be recommending a merit increase at this time. And in addition, we are providing a one-time years of service adjustment for employees with pay below the midpoint of the range for their grade. So that will cost $15,828, and I can break that down further. So for persons who have been in their job title in Duxbury for 7 to 10 years, but they are still below the midpoint of the range for their grade, they will receive a 1% increase. In order to move, because what's different is we have at least seven different compensation systems. We have non-union management and non-management. We have 6 collective bargaining agreements, and then we have 3 employment contracts. So that's a lot of moving parts. Some of those compensation systems, like the unions, have step plans. The non-union employees do not. So there's typically only been one vehicle for non-union employees to move through the salary range, and that's been merit. It wasn't until recently that we added a second vehicle, if you will, and that is the annual adjustment. So where union employees typically get a COLA and a step, that has not been available to non-union employees. So what we do is we use the one-time years of service as a management tool to ensure that someone who is providing meritorious performance to the town is indeed moving through the salary range, because what occurred before I was hired here is we had all of our non-union employees in our management and non-management positions who were stalled out with 20 years of service to the town of Duxbury in their positions, and they still weren't beyond the midpoint. Because what we were doing was we were moving the pay range top and bottom, but we were not providing enough opportunity for earnings to move them throughout it. So it was basically they were in their little car, their cardboard box, and the road kept moving, but they didn't. So it's important to give people the momentum that they need to move through. So there's a manual adjustment that's applied from the methodology that we're using, and it's applied equitably to each person. So there's actually a little calculation that's done manually on a spreadsheet that calculates where people would be based on their years of service. So even though it may seem arbitrary that there's, for 7 to 10 years in position, there's a 1% increase, that's based on the individuals in those jobs, and those individuals number 11 people. So there are 11 people in the plan who will be getting a 1% increase in order to move them through the range because they've been in their job for 7 or more years. Similarly, for persons with 10 to 14 years of service in position, there are 6 people who will be receiving a 2% increase based on their years of service in position to ensure that they are making progress towards the midpoint. And there are 2 people with 15 or more years of service in position who will be receiving a 4% increase.
Gina, you mentioned merit as being the only opportunity to move. I presume we'll still have opportunities to recognize superior performance. In other words, we're not bringing everybody up to the same basic level regardless of how you perform, right? You can still distinguish between and among employees. Not this year.
So we will still do performance evaluations this year, but given that we are implemented classification and compensation study and the years of service in position, we are recommending only a 2% general increase across the board this year, because a merit increase would have cost another $100,000.
What about going forward after this fiscal year?
Yes, as all of these costs are based on ability to pay, and the decision the management team made this year is that based on our ability to pay, something had to give.
No, I get it, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that in the overall scheme of things, we continue to maintain the opportunity to recognize performance, given that we're in a service business, so to speak, and we perform by and through our employees who are excellent. There are differences between and among employees in terms of performance. That's why we have ratings every year. I just want to make sure as we go through this, we're not losing the opportunity to recognize that excellence so as to incentivize continued performance beyond expectations.
Right. So this is one of the first years that I can remember that we're not giving merit.
So in other words, Article 4, basically, when we look at our ledger, so to speak, our revenues and our expenditures, Article 4 is within the balanced budget.
Yes.
It's basically part of the balanced budget process, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why there's no merit pool for fiscal year 26.
That's right.
So you talked about the management team, and this compensation study went out to the employees initially. There was an appeal process. Could you give the public a little insight into if employees didn't feel that they felt that they should have been changed to a different grade, what that process was like, without giving obviously confidential information?
Sure. Absolutely. So the appeal process is something that I brought to Duxbury. It's typically not provided in any other situation. GovHR hasn't had it. It is unique to Duxbury. And I think it's representative of the collaborative nature of this project. So we're all learning together. Employees have a front row seat in this classification and compensation study because they completed their job analysis questionnaires. They get the first word, and they get the last word too because they got an appeal. in terms of an opportunity. So we received about, let's see, we received probably, I mean, there are some appeals that are more material than others. In terms of grade change, so we have about a 50% rate of approving appeals. So appeals are an opportunity for us to take a deeper dive into an individual job and their responsibility. So if employees don't provide all of that information during the job analysis questionnaire process or the in-person interview, when the results come out, they might feel like, wow, their job has changed significantly, but they didn't report that in the job analysis questionnaire, or it didn't come across during the in-person interview. So it gives us an opportunity to work with the employee and with the supervisor and the decision-making team. So the decision-making team is comprised of myself, the town manager, the finance director, the consultant, and the rest of the HR department as well, so that we can make sure, so that we can, and that's why the classification and compensation study is in draft form right now. So it will be finalized to include all of the appeal results. But about 50% of the appeals that we received were approved.
And this would include folks that not only suggest that their work here should be classified differently, but also a comparison. If they're like, well, my colleague in such and such a town is getting paid more, and I do more here. Is that the kind of discussion you're having?
No.
Okay.
So it's purely an internal comparison, because the colleague in the other town is paid within the pay range, and so is the employee in Duxbury. So it's purely an internal comparison, because individual pay does vary by colleague in different towns. And there are a variety of reasons why colleagues are getting paid what they're getting paid that we can't really begin to understand. That's why we go with a range. So I'll give you an example. We had one appeal in particular where the state made some major changes to the certification process and requirements for both the division head and the person that reports to that person. So it's a significantly more involved certification requirement than it was the last time we did the classification study. So we didn't know that. So they presented that information as part of the appeal process, and it was considered and approved.
Just an interesting segue. You talked about the planning director. The Equal Pay Act or something similar to that, it's going to require that posted jobs have the salaries.
Pay Transparency Act.
How will these pay ranges, it's a forecast or a crystal ball, because this is for July 1st.
Yep.
Correct? How will that law impact how somebody could be paid that's entering our town?
Great question. Municipalities are in a uniquely advantageous position because many municipalities have already established pay ranges, and they're already transparent and published. Right. So most often when we post a job, it already includes the pay range. Our pay range is a career pay range. So I think what you may be asking is, our practice has been to not go beyond the midpoint. So we will probably indicate that in the job ad, that this is the pay range for a career compensation. Typically, the town of Duxbury pays up to the midpoint.
That's a good question, actually. Can maybe expand on that, Jeannie? So if the person is coming in and has 30 years of experience and very knowledgeable and, has all the qualifications and that goes with it, right? Both from experience and like I said, qualifications. And towards the end of that person's career, surely it's more than the midpoint, right? You would take that into account as you try and compete to gain that person's employment?
It's a great question. So that is a struggle. So what we need to balance is what we can afford,
Right.
what the talent pool provides, and our internal equity. So when we have a non-union position that's posted, the first question we ask the applicant is, what are your pay expectations? So that we know what they are right out of the gate. So if someone's seeking something that is at the end of the pay range, we're honest with them and we say, okay, we understand that you have 30 years of experience. We understand that you're looking for something at the end of the pay range. And we say, we are looking to pay something closer to the midpoint so that they know right out of the gate during the phone screen what we are, it depends on the position. You know, some positions are a lot more difficult to hire than other
Right.
positions. We have to balance that with the equity of the people who are already here, because I know that, for example, the public has been very, very vocal about adjustments that individuals have received within the town of Duxbury who have been in their jobs
Right.
for many years
Yeah.
and are paid below the midpoint.
Right.
So if we hire someone externally who has 30 years experience, but we have someone internally with 30 years experience who isn't beyond the midpoint, that sends a very challenging message to the people who are within that same pay grade. So it's the hardest part of my job. So it's something that we look at both externally and internally in order to provide pay that's as equitable as possible.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Amy.
So I've struggled with this article. I made some comments when we first heard, when the consultant was in with this study. And, you know, I want to say it right out there. I completely appreciate the employees that work for the town. A lot of them do a great job and appreciate that so much. But in this role, I serve the residents, so I'm trying to approach it from that angle. And I think that for me, the compensation study, some of the issues that I felt why I kind of disputed the study was that it didn't compare, it only compared salaries. So it didn't look at it other parts of the job that I think are very important. Benefits are a huge part of, you know, municipal work, and I felt that the study should have compared not just salaries. I felt that another study so soon after the first study, I mean, I think people are still kind of reeling in the impacts of the study just a few short years ago, because that did result in some really big expense to the taxpayers. And I thought another one so soon was, especially this year, was a tough pill to swallow. The 60%, this idea of trying to be competitive with other towns, at this always keeping our range at 60%. So trying to always beat out the other towns that we're being compared or that we're competing with, to me just sets a vicious cycle going. You know, if we go to 60%, then Hingham's going to go to 60%, which means that we're not at 60% anymore, and it's just creating this whole constant, you know, war amongst us. And you know, again, I think when I talked to you earlier today, and I was the one. What I'm trying to avoid for the residents is another sticker shock, like in the past years when we pass Article 4, or I'm being asked tonight to recommend approval to town meeting of this article. And when we do that, and we look at these numbers and the ranges, and we think, okay, yep, that looks appropriate, and we recommend approval. What that then translates into is the spreadsheets that we've seen now, which have some individual positions receiving a very large pay increase, where where others aren't, and it creates an illusion of inequity. People felt slighted. It's out there. I'm not saying anything that anybody hasn't. So when I talked to you earlier today, I tried to create an approach to this that would provide the information so that people don't feel blindsided by passing an article that looks like this, but then translates into something that gives them a shock. So I think what I've heard from, again, I don't agree with the way, so I go back to the foundation of this, and that's where I really struggle to try to agree with this. But the good things that I do hear is that the impacts of this are not anything near to what the previous compensation studies resulted in. There aren't any individual increases that might provide, shock to residents. It's more maintenance rather than repair, if you will. So I think that those are the good things. I do think, after we've talked so much, there's been so much division, and honestly, there's been anger. This is a process. I would be an advocate of reinstating the personnel board, an oversight committee that is kind of a resident. I know, Betsy, you're looking at me in horror, but there's a benefit to a resident kind of watchdog, just a advisory. People feel because right now the internal review of salaries is an internal review. The same people that are going to be getting increases are the ones who are reviewing the rates and bringing these studies forward. So yeah, I just think that it's never a bad idea to have groups of residents, like we had with the personnel board, that could, just advise town meeting when, these articles come up. So that's what I have to say.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, can I, Amy, I was actually a member of the Finance Committee, and we used to meet with the Personnel Board, and the Personnel Board says, we're out of a job. Jeannie's doing all the work. We're not needed anymore. That was the Personnel Board. The Personnel Board actually resigned. He says, we weren't needed. Jeannie's doing a fantastic job. And so to say that we need the Personnel Board to oversee our HR manager, quite frankly, you're implying...
It would be advisory.
Advisory, but you're implying a lack of confidence in our HR manager and the process. That's what I'm hearing, to be blunt. And I'm being blunt on purpose.
No, I'm trying to avoid, that is not my position,
Okay.
Fernando, but.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, it's very important that we make that clear.
I am not. I am trying to create a better process so that is not the illusion, that is, so that everybody feels as if the information is out there and that they have had adequate access and adequate information so that they can, so that they don't feel ever blindsided by some of the articles, like these articles that translate again into into the actual increases. So I'm just trying to avoid that. Get the information out there.
So let's find another way to do that rather than reconstitute the personnel board. There's got to
Okay.
be other way that we can. There seems to be. We just need to get. I don't think we have properly explained or understand the problem, the angst that's out there in the community with the employees about this whole process. So I think that's the root cause of the problem we need to address. Is not putting oversight on our HR manager, HR director, but actually trying to figure out what is it that's driving all these issues and concerns and fear and anger, and trying to provide understanding of the process and the clarity around that. I think that's, we don't know what the problem is we're trying to solve. And the one solution, I think, let's figure out what the problem is and let's try and solve it before we go ahead and take action in this kind of manner. That's my recommendation, my suggestion.
Jeannie, if I could impose upon you to explain or elaborate on our methodology, I think it would be helpful because, Amy, correct me if I heard you wrong, but you said that the people who are in management who are reviewing these salaries and making those decisions are the very people who are benefiting from this process.
Well,
And
they're reviewing, they're collecting the data, they're creating the job descriptions. Then I know that we do hire an outside consultant. They came in and briefed us, correct?
they did, absolutely. But Jeannie, could you explain the process that we go through with the JAQs and the data that we collect and how it's all graded, so that there is a methodology and there's a formula that each and every single job description goes through. This is not an arbitrary process. In order to put proper guardrails and transparency to the process, we use this formulaic approach deliberately. And would you mind elaborating on that?
Sure.
please?
And just as a point of order, the select board represents the town. So even things about the town that people don't like, I just want to say the select board represent the town. So I think it's important to say that. In terms of the methodology, as I said, the employees have a front row seat. So the first thing I do after we engage our consultant is I distribute the job descriptions to each and every employee individually. They have an opportunity to review the job description, and they make changes to the job description. They then share the job description with their supervisor. Their supervisor then shares it with HR. We review the job description. We share that with GovHR. In tandem, each individual employee also gets a blank job analysis questionnaire. The job analysis questionnaire is designed to cull out the 9 factors that go into each of the factors that I described. Each factor is assigned a point value. The point value is then totaled. Each total of the point value creates the grade. So each grade has a range for the point value. So if, like, for example, with the position that I was speaking about earlier, the certification factor was increased significantly after we received the appeal. And that certification point factor assignment increased the total value of that job, which bumped it up into the next grade. So it is math, it's numeric. Of course, it's impossible to make it completely human-proof, but there are numbers behind each one of those classifications. And then those classifications create the groups of grades. That's why we're able to have such a variety of job titles within a grade. So for example, in grade 15, we have a deputy police chief, a deputy fire chief, and a HR director. Someone would say, those jobs have nothing to do with each other. Of course they have nothing to do with each other. But what they do have in common is that they have been evaluated so that the range of points associated with those positions puts them into a grade, because our job, in accordance with Massachusetts general law, is to provide equal pay for equal work under the Equal Pay Act. And we're required to do that every 3 to 5 years. So that's part of what happens. And then once the job analysis questionnaires are received, then GovHR and HR work together to schedule individual job analysis questionnaire interviews with at least one representative from each job title. So not only do employees have an opportunity to articulate in writing what it is they're doing and make all the changes that they wish, but they also have an opportunity to be interviewed by someone who's typically a subject matter expert in that field. There was one individual from Chicago in particular that was very popular amongst our public safety employees because they knew so much about the job. And it's the results of all of that work that determines the classification of the job. And the classification is an internal assessment of each job. The compensation is the external assessment of the pay that's associated on a range basis for each position.
Jeannie, we're talking about $188,000 line item here. The employee benefits piece that Amy had just talked about was last year $15,457,654, and it went up it's recommended this year of $16,914,464. Big chunk of our budget. That it falls under HR. Is there anything this board can do to assist you in helping with that number while still providing benefits to our employees, but ways in which we can look at health insurance, ways in which we can look at other benefits here that might be more cost effective, because that is a huge piece of our budget.
It is.
So that's my question.
That's a great question, and I appreciate that question very much. And I would say that the town and this board has already done it. You have adequately staffed your HR department. The town's HR department takes up 0.3% of the total budget. So that is a very, very small expense, given the purview of that department. So we are adequately staffed to manage the classification, the compensation, and the benefits of all town employees. So I appreciate the question. I think you've done it, and I think that I'm proud of the work that the HR department does and our ability to do it, because we are well staffed. We've got 91 years of experience in the HR department. So we have subject matter experts who love to come to work, love to do their job, love to deliver service to the town of Duxbury.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I jump in
Yeah,
a little bit too, just to
talk
sort of
about that.
approach your question from a different perspective? And I thank you for that. The HR department does an incredible job, and just the amount of work that goes into this compensation and classification process, which takes an extraordinarily incredible amount of time, not only on staff, but the duration. You guys do a yeoman's work. But if I can approach your question differently, when you talk about the $16 million worth of employee benefits, the bulk of that, probably about 80 to 85% of it, is two items. Number one, it's pension, and number two, it's health insurance. That's it. Those are so if you're looking to address the magnitude of that employee benefits category in the budget, if you will, those are the two areas that you're talking about. We did our presentation when we had our joint meeting over at the senior center. It was either a week or 2 weeks ago, when we talked about employee benefits at great length. And we talked about all of the work that goes into the health insurance program. We have our insurance advisory committee who continually works with either plan design changes or implementing new programs to keep our employees healthy in order to keep our claims down, because we are self-insured. So that area of the budget with health insurance is an area that we are actively working on all year long through our committee, through the work with HR, through our consultants that we employ. with respect to pension, a big part of the pension expense, as we all know, is the unfunded pension liability. And every community, by virtue of Mass General Law, every community who participates in a public retirement system is required to be fully funded no later than 2040, the year June 30th of 2040. We're part of the Plymouth County retirement system, and Plymouth County has made a promise or commitment to be fully funded by June 30 of 2031. So in 7 years from now or 6 fiscal years from now, we will be fully funded according to the schedule from Plymouth County. When that happens, what we will see is that expense line for pensions drop significantly. So right now, we're paying almost $7 million a year for the normal cost of our pension and the unfunded liability. What will happen is that will drop significantly from 7 million down to a much smaller number because we would only be paying the normal go-forward costs. So those are the two areas, and that's what's happening with the two of them. Does that address another side of your question?
Yeah, and I have other questions, but maybe for another time when we're talking about, go ahead.
One other quick note. When you look at the total of employee benefits going from the FY25 budget to the proposed FY26 budget, it goes from 15.4 million to 16.9. You have to remember over $500,000 of that is including unemployment, which if the override were to pass, that number goes away.
So it'd be 16.4. The health insurance of being self-insured, have we looked at going into like a GIC or something like that, and what the cost savings would be on that?
We have.
On an annual basis.
I don't,
we
Mike,
look
you
every
weren't
year.
at the meeting when
I
we
know.
talked about it, but we
I'll
went through
watch
that in
it.
excruciating
Then
detail.
I will move on.
Watch it, yeah.
Then I will move on and I will watch that. Yep. That was the one of 30 meetings that I missed. Thank you very much. And sorry to go on that tangent, but it's a huge number. So when we're talking about all these numbers, that's something I look at, and that's tough to swallow. But it's important too.
It's important. It is.
So. Any other questions from the public or board members? Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. That was great. Kathy Cross, Bayview Road. I just had a quick question. I don't want to belabor this conversation, but we're all trying to understand Prop 2.5 override. Is there any impact, whether I vote for the override or not, to the merit pool or the increases? Is that impacted at all?
Thank you for your question. The Budget 5A includes the cost of Article 4. So it includes all of the costs that I just described.
All different things there.
So,
No.
So the question is, yeah, if the override passes, that there's no Article 4B.
Correct. Correct.
Right.
Thank you for asking the question.
okay. Okay. All right. There being no further questions or comments, I'm happy to take a vote for. Oh, hi, Bree.
Hi.
Did you have a question
How
about
are you?
article? Did you have a, hi, how are you? Did you have a
Great.
question? Did you have?
1041 Union Street. Yes, I did have a question or a comment. I just wanted to, as a citizen, agree with Amy and say that, it's not that there's technically anything going wrong in HR or anything like that, but just even as peace of mind. So I didn't take it as her trying to attack the committee, the HR, more just it could put to bed any questions if we had, that oversight. That's all, just because, always always helps to have an extra eye.
Ready for motion? We're talking about this for a while.
Thank you.
I move the Select Board
Thank you.
Thank you.
support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 4, regarding funding of salaries as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, with respect to Article 5A, we voted on that. Mr. Tart, did you want to change your vote on that?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay.
And if you allow me, I'd just like to make a
Go right ahead.
and with the explanation as to why I changed my vote, I think it is important to share that. So thank you for the opportunity. So my vote is aye in favor of Article 5A balanced budget. So the question is, why the change? I mean, this is the first time we've been through the process as a select board in development of a balanced budget. And I have been internally troubled by the process we followed. And the process, I feel, that can be improved on. However, as I've continued with that internal debate and reflected on my vote at the last select board meeting, I've come to regret the position I took. This has not been easy for any of us, to say the least. In fiscal year 26, we face a $1.7 million shortfall. The town manager, finance director, department heads, and school administration have wrestled with this and have worked hard to create a balanced budget that nobody is thrilled about, but ultimately is the best option we have given the circumstances. As a select board member, I see my role as advocating for and representing the residents of our town. I also see my role to support the hard work and commitment of our town and school employees in providing the services we demand and come to expect. And I think the only way I feel that we can move forward through these very challenging times is by working together as one team. We're all in this together, and that's why I'm changing my vote to aye in favor of Article 5A, the balanced or omnibus budget. Thank you for the opportunity to amend my vote.
Need a motion to reconsider.
Okay. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Can we have discussion on the motion before we vote?
Of course.
Yep.
So during our last discussions, I think, you know, Fernando, I completely agree. This process is a problem. And again, you know, I can't in good conscience vote in favor of this article because it cuts the priorities as I see them. And there are significant cuts to public health and safety, which I never would have agreed to. So when I go to a place where I play this out in my mind, not knowing where the residents will land, whether the override will be passed or not, and in the event that we were left with Article 5A as presented, my question is to Rainey, where Article 5A right now includes layoffs in both the police and fire and their union, would that be consistent with the collective bargaining agreements that we currently have? Could we even?
We've sat down and talked about it.
So even with our union contracts, that could.
Yeah, they have provisions for RIFs, which are reduction in force, and they've been advised. They know who the individuals are.
I just wanted to ask that question because, you know, again, I think it's a terrible fallback position, not one that I'm not a big gambler or a risk taker, so that wouldn't have been my fallback. I also, you know, have lived in town long enough to feel that people in this town, they don't like being pushed up against the wall, and this 5A budget is just horrific. So that's my comment.
Go right ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
Betsy Sullivan, Washington Street. So I just have a question, because I would respectfully, I'm thank you to Fernando for supporting the budget. But I do feel, and I say this not as the finance head, but as a former selectman, you have some terrible decisions that you've got to make when you sit in those chairs. But you've got to make a decision. I don't believe that abstaining is a position that this community needs from its leaders. I think they need a yes or a no. And I also have been working on this with Rainey, with Mary, Finance Committee, and certainly all with you as we had 5 meetings. Not once since we started this dance back in September, October, have I heard the Select Board ask Rainey or Mary or the Finance Committee to consider other changes as they became open. This budget was delivered in December. Since December, we've had 10, 12 meetings, and never was it brought forward to, at those meetings, have you considered not laying off from a department and finding the cuts elsewhere? And I find that confusing. I mean, if this is so, not in keeping with what you can be comfortable with, why is it coming out in almost March? We need to have these conversations. We have had ample opportunity. There is nothing good about this. There was a desire, I think, to present this budget with as broad a stroke on retaining services and passing cuts across various departments. We talked to every department head. Can you survive? We understand that you're not going to be delivering services the way that you would want to, but can we survive, and can we at least provide some semblance of support to this community? And they all said yes, because they always say yes, because they're devoted and they're great employees, and we are very lucky to have them. But at this point, I implore this board, you've got to make a decision tonight for A and B, yes or no. There is no more, there is really, at this juncture, we have had the conversation, we have vetted it, you have been there, you've had the chance to ask for changes and questions. I've had some department heads that have come to us, 3 different times, including poor Jeannie, who's gone through the presentation that she did tonight. This is probably the 4th time I've heard it. We've got to lead, and that's what I'm asking you all to. I know you're all good citizens. You are dedicated to this town, and it's now time to lead.
Any other questions or comments? I'm going to ask for a revote on this since we have a change, and just so we have it clear for the record.
All right. Then I will.
Or a vote for
let's get this way.
Reconsideration or something like that.
All right. So you want to revote 5A?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Before you vote, Alicia, Ocean Road South. I've been following this as well, and I totally understand where Betsy's coming from. I mean, the Finance Committee you guys work your tails off, and you meet all the time. Just speaking as somebody who has been following it, I think that at the 11th hour here, I think the reality is just really setting in where these 2 choices are really, really hard. And I think for me, my panic is, if I pick up the phone, is the ambulance coming? If my house is on fire, is there going to be somebody that's going to come and help me? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And when I listen to the departments talk about, some of the people looking for other jobs because they're frustrated or they're not sure if they're going to have a job, and they're down to like skeleton crews. That's really scary. So, I guess I have been quietly hoping that there would be something that would emerge between then and now that would at least offer the comfort of public safety. It's awful to cut anything, but you can't. There are non-essential services that could be cut instead of public safety. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 5A, entitled Operating Budget, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
All right. Now 5B, and this is the contingency budget. As stated, we had numerous meetings and had an opportunity to speak with each department head, ask questions about how we could save money, whether we could use grants, whether they could survive with cuts, and received pretty extensive presentations from every department head, whether it was a quarter of our budget or whether it was a few $1,000s. I entertained discussion here, but I think we've discussed this
We beat it
for
to
3
death.
months.
Beat it to death.
Well, we've had one meeting on this with the finance committee for the override.
Yeah.
I mean, and
No, I'm not going to shut down any conversation. But the department heads aren't here other than Jeannie. But I'm happy if any board member wants to make a comment or suggestion or question, go for it. And certainly any member of the public, because there were plenty of folks at those meetings, but not everybody.
there were meetings and there were discussions, and I know
Go right ahead.
many folks have talked, I think they were hoping that there was some middle ground that was going to come out of this, some compromise, some ways to cut in some areas. And, I quite honestly am convinced that there are departments in this town that absolutely need the additional services, 100%. There are a couple of places that I still struggle with trying to support additional money. I'll just throw the beach out there. An additional full-time staff person on the beach when the town is faced, is that a place, is that the right move? I don't know. I'm throwing it out there. Again, looking for some type of compromise, some type, I understand the comments from from Mrs. Sullivan that, we've been talking about this, and you guys have been talking about this, but this board isn't just focused on the budget. That's not all we do. As a matter of fact, other than the meetings that we had with you guys, we really didn't get into this too much this year. So I'm just throwing out a couple of areas of, or at least that for discussion. Are we convinced about the beach?
Maybe. Do you want to maybe just do go line by line and see? We want to do a whole. But is that maybe a way we can do this? Or
No,
I don't think we need to do
I think there's one piece here I do want to say. We're recommending a budget for town meeting. Town meeting, as we've stated numerous times and is the absolute truth, decides how our money is spent and budgeted. We also have a continuing obligation as a board, and so do our professional staff, to look at ways of saving money going forward. You brought up the beach. I had concerns about the planning department that's not staffed, fully staffed right now. If there is an opportunity to save, say our planning director does not need an assistant planning director, I would hope that we would take that advice and save that money for taxpayers going forward. This is a budget. That is something that I'm committed to. And I know our staff is committed to. We just talked about it tonight, about salary ranges. I hope that we can save money going forward and not spend all of it just for the sake of spending it. And that's not how we do things here. But But we certainly, to the beach end of things, we certainly heard the reasons for it, and that we, in fact, might be able to sell more stickers and create more revenue if we had another assistant, or we might not lose our beach director right now, who's doing a fantastic job because but we can't, there's only so much we could push Artie. He's doing a fantastic job. So there's reasons for all of these things. And as I said in the beginning, I do think we pride, I asked every single department the same thing. How can we save money? And the grants, the federal funding is gone. We printed money in Washington. Those are things that are out of our control. It's $2.50 for a candy bar right now. These are things that are way beyond us. But if people want to discuss this, that's fine. But I certainly think this is going to be, there's going to be holds at town meeting. There'll be discussion then, and I'm sure all the department heads will be there to defend their budgets.
I agree. I can leave it up to the residents. I agree that there'll be a lot of holds.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everybody for all of their incredible, tremendous work throughout this process. It's been agonizing, to borrow a word, but I think that where we've ended up is in the best interest of the town. And just want to, as an aside here, from time to time we find ourselves in circumstances where you're listening to someone speak, and as they're speaking you realize, that's exactly encapsulating the issue that we're dealing with. Or I wish we could all say it this way, and with Friend Weiler's permission, Friend, at the last Finance Committee meeting, you struck me with a quote that I think really encapsulates this whole process. And you said, "We've sort of built the town the way we want it to look and feel, and we have to decide whether we can afford to continue to do that. Either we can and we will, and we're willing to pay the price, or we can't and we won't, and we're going to have to change the way things are, and it won't quite be the town that we've been." And, that really struck me as what this question is all about at the end of the day. And when it comes to supporting 5B, and I know we're coming up for a vote here in hopefully a moment, that's an easy decision for me. I like the town the way it is that people live here for a reason, and nobody wants to increase taxes. I've heard all sorts of things about we should have more commercial, maybe industrial, whatever. And I will point out, by the way, that Hanover has plenty of commercial, but they also have an override. But when we boil it down to the essence as to when we hear Duxbury, what we want and what we expect, I think that's 5B. Nobody wants to pay more taxes, but guess what? It costs money to run an organization. And I think this is a very thoughtful, careful way to go about it, to continue to provide the services and the programs that we as residents of the town deserve and expect, and to Jeannie's point earlier, to pay our employees what they're worth. They provide excellent services all day, every day. We sincerely appreciate it. We'd always love to pay more and more, but there's a limit as to what any budget allows for. But I think we're in a very good place in terms of making a very good faith effort to make sure that we're matching the market. So all of these things, and to Betsy's point earlier, we have to make the tough decisions. And I think using Friend's quote as a guide, because that just struck me last week, that that's how I'm going to answer 5B. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well said, Brian.
Thank you.
Let me just make a public service announcement.
You may.
There is one more public forum talking about, there's two more, even better.
Oh.
Even freaking better. Yippee. So Wednesday night, at 6:30 p.m. at the high school, there is what we call the fiscal year 26 budget, where the aim of that forum is to basically provide you with information so that you can make an informed vote and at the annual town meeting and at the ballot. So if you haven't come along to it, I heartily recommend your attendance. Everybody will be there, all the department heads, and hopefully you'll find the presentation informative and help you make the decision. Also, the Finance Committee will be there as well as members of the Select Board. So, and it's a really good presenter, by the way. Does a great job. Sorry. Yeah. I've done it so many times. I know it word by word. But at the end of the day, no, please, if you haven't come along to that forum, I'm talking to the public right here. Please do come along and get yourself up to speed so that you can make a choice. We have a choice to make, whether it's 5A or 5B, and I want you to make that choice with all the information that you need to do so. So thank you very much.
Mr. Wheeler? Weiler?
Thank you. Friend Weiler, 7 Trout Farm Road, Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee voted 9-0 unanimously in favor of actually both budgets, 5A and 5B. The 5A vote was based on the reality that the state requires that we have a balanced budget. It had some painful cuts in it that none of us were in favor of. But you also have to understand that the departments that took the biggest hits, that people want to say, why are we picking on police, fire, and the DPW? That's where most of the people are. So if you have a department of 35 people and you take 2 out, it's not as bad if you have a department of 2 or 3 people and you take 1 out. They can still function. It's not the way they want to function. They'll miss those people if they're not there. I can't imagine, unfortunately, voting against both A and B, because without A, come July 1st, we'll not have any money to operate the town. So the voting for A, to me, was a no-brainer in that without it, January 1st, we have no money to pay anybody for anything. Back to 5B, the Finance Committee has been working on this budget for months with somewhere in the vicinity of 30-plus meetings. Many of you have attended many of our meetings, either on Zoom or in person. So this budget, I think, has been pretty well thrashed out. All of us are volunteers on the Finance Committee. We're all citizens of the town. We're going to get the hit the same way everybody else. And we take what we do very, very seriously. But we think we have an obligation to the community as these volunteers on the Finance Committee to do what's in the best interest of the community. There are obviously people that aren't going to like an override. They can't afford it or just don't want to pay it or whatever. But the reality is that's what we need to run this town and to keep it moving forward. I appreciate what Brian's comments were earlier about my remarks, but we aren't in this position by accident. We sort of created the environment we wanted for our community, but it comes at a cost. And unfortunately, that cost is higher taxes because we have nothing else to go to. So I would strongly suggest and hope that you would support Article 5B, and I hope the citizens do at town meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public have any questions or points they'd like to make? Go ahead, Amy.
I have a question about, so typically the 4th of July is in the warrant as an article, and this year it's not, correct? I think it's in the contingency budget, articles, line item 77? Is that correct? So my question is, that's, always been just a standalone article. It may be the one article every year you can be sure that there isn't a lot of opposition, if any. Is it safe to say that if the contingency budget doesn't pass, there's no 4th of July parade this year because the article isn't in there?
Do you mind if I take that?
Or is it for the following year?
So what would happen is, depending upon the results, we would have to evaluate whether we brought an article forward in June for the funding for that. Or we would look at end-of-year transfers potentially.
Okay. And if I could just make one comment, first of all, I think you guys know how much I appreciate the work that the Finance Committee does. I've sat in on years of meetings, And it is a huge undertaking, and it isn't always fun what you guys do. I'm not always following the conversation. I will be the first to acknowledge that. Math is not my first language. So I do appreciate all the hard work. This is an incredibly difficult decision sitting up here. I could not in good conscience support 5A because 5A is horrific, and I would never support that. So because I have to be me, I cannot support that. Do I support every line item in 5B, the contingency item? I don't. Personally, I don't. Was there opportunity? Was there a time? You know me. I talk more than anybody else, and nobody wants to listen to me anymore. But there were no opportunities. There was no appetite, should I say. There were opportunities, but no appetite to get into, you know, what kind of, I think, started to feel like nitpicking. When you're looking at this enormous amount of money, when you start, you know, nitpicking it around the edges at some of these things, you could talk all night and not end up saving any money. So, you know, again, I'm going to vote to recommend that this article go to town meeting because people need to go through it. They need to look at it. They need to digest it. I hope they're going to all of the informational sessions, and you know, I've tried to take every opportunity to get the information out there to the voters of everything that I know that is coming down the pike, to try to help them make an informed decision. And you know, that's where I'm, you know, this has been an incredibly difficult, and I think this is going to be hugely impactful for many residents.
I'm ready for a motion.
I move that the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting Article 5B Contingency Budget as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to, let's see,
6, capital budget.
6. You ready? I noticed that, is it this one or the small equipment that you haven't voted on?
They don't do small equipment.
Okay. All right.
They do over 25.
All right. That's why there's no vote. All right. Capital budget.
They used to do small.
We never done our, we never.
Didn't you do capital light? No?
No,
Oh,
that's just the finance
Finance
committee.
committee does capital.
All right.
sorry.
All right. I don't want to take away your power. Go ahead.
Alex Chin, Chair of the Fiscal Advisory. So we have gone through Article 6. We've gone through our normal process of prioritizing, because as most of you are well aware, the requests for capital each year far exceeds what we can fund each year. So typically in a year, you'll see anywhere from $6 to $13 million worth of requests. And this year, we worked off a budget of about $2.1 million of free cash available to fund those requests. We were able to prioritize those capital requests. We normally do sort of an A, B, and C, where A is the things that must be funded, safety, things like that. And we met the $2.1 million budget this year at our last meeting, but last week free cash was certified, and I don't know, Mayor, if you want to maybe just jump in on how that will impact sort of what we voted on 2 weeks ago with the reduced amount of free cash.
So free cash got certified at 2.81 million, and in terms of what's been presented in the warrant, the only things that, the two changes that will be made is the removal of the Chandler loading dock at $100,000 and the addition of $25,000 to district-wide technology. So it's a net reduction of $75,000 from what's printed in the warrant.
Yeah, and the fiscal advisor actually needs to go back and revote 2 items. We thought we were going to have $75,000 more that we were going to vote. We were moving those two funds to HVAC repairs, because as you guys are probably well aware, there has been sort of a lack of preventative maintenance on HVAC, and it's more reactive. So we were trying to budget some funds for preventative maintenance for HVAC. Unfortunately, because of the situation with free cash, those two items will not be able to be funded this year. But other than that, to Mary's point, what was printed in the warrant will just be those two changes.
What's a chiller?
It's a sort of a whole HVAC system. Yeah, big ticket item.
No, there was a year we didn't do Powder Point Bridge repairs, and that money will presumably have carried over. Did we spend that?
We did it later.
Later, yeah.
Can
Go
if
ahead.
I jump in? Sorry, Mary, I apologize.
That's why you're here, Mary.
There have been times where the Powder Point Bridge repairs in recent memory have not been done on an annual basis, and part of the reason for that is the DPW director went out to bid for the repairs that needed to be done. The cost came in excess of one of the annual appropriations. So the town has typically appropriated $300,000 annually. Those repairs came in excess of 300. So we actually had to wait and bundle up 2 appropriations before we were able to undertake the repairs.
So it's gone.
It's gone.
And I said, like I said, later.
I remember, and I go over that bridge. If
Yeah,
there's no
and it's
crane, I remember. So.
The cost of,
All right.
cost of everything.
And I guess just one thing to mention, I did forward a couple of slides around, there were some questions, I think, at the last select board meeting about, what's the 5-year sort of projection look like? I don't know if it was those slides, I sent it this afternoon, or if they made it.
You did, but it would be helpful, I think, again,
Yeah,
in my effort to try to get to the residents, everything that we know that is coming down the pike.
That's it, perfect, yep. So it's just 3 slides, and again, just to sort of walk everyone through the process, the department heads go into ClearGov on an annual basis, and they list all of their capital projects in there. And so this is currently reflective of what is in ClearGov that I think everyone should sort of have access to go, and you can sort of poke around and see everything. But I've broken up the requests sort of into 2 slides of similarly to how we look at it at town meeting. So motion 1 is usually around general government, and then the second motion of Article 6 is around water. And so this first slide sort of represents the general government piece. So you'll notice fiscal years 26 through 30, it's about $27 million in capital that's within there. And as I mentioned before, we're usually operating with a budget of around $2-ish million of free cash available to fund these projects. We do fund projects occasionally through debt, either short-term or long-term, depending on what's available in the levy, outside of the levy. But this slide, I just sort of wanted to show everyone of what does the 5-year projections look like, and then sort of within these dollar amounts, what are some of the bigger ticket items that are coming up in the next couple of years. One thing to sort of note is on the out years. Oh, can we go back? Sorry. On the out years, the dollar amounts sort of get smaller, and that's really reflective of us not being able to fund things every year, and those things just, most of them we need. We're talking ambulances and fire engines and things like that, and they just get sort of pushed out into the out years. So that's why the out year projections are they look a little light, but it's reflective of those things getting pushed out. And then next slide. Thanks, Michelle. So then this is the other piece of it is the 5-year projections for water. And again, these are a little, or historically have been a little more stable throughout the years. Thinking through, it used to be PCE pipe replacements, and now we're just going through, regular system maintenance and rehab. The one sort of big ticket item glaring down there at the bottom is the PFAS, and what does that remediation and mitigation look like. You know, I threw a dollar amount on there, but we don't know. And it's there's couple commas in it and a lot of zeros.
With regards to the water rates, are we going to be able to have that conversation before the annual town meeting as to what the potential?
No, that public hearing, am I on? That public hearing is scheduled for March 24th.
And there's no way we can bring that forward before town meeting?
Which would need to be Monday.
Yeah, that's too late,
Then
isn't
the
it?
answer is no.
The answer is no. Boy, yeah, time flies
We
when you're
have
enjoying
to-
yourself. That's right.
Yeah, because we have
It's
to
that close.
advertise for it
Damn.
for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and-
you're right.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. But it's, at least people can get an idea because we presented, we made a presentation, right, at that meeting, so.
So we
Go ahead.
talked about, a few things, and you saw some variations in
That's
the
right.
rates, but it is all dependent upon, or I will say that it may be all dependent upon what happens with PFAS. We know that we need to have some rate adjustments done in order to cover ongoing operations, so there will be some adjustment. It just is a matter of the magnitude of that. And we are trying to, the town needs to focus on a couple of things with respect to rates. Number one is to drive conservation. Water conservation is one of our primary factors.
Yep.
And then covering the costs of the ongoing operations and maintenance. And then third is PFAS.
And the plan to move to quarterly is in place and we're going to execute, right?
That is correct. You will be, I believe, receiving a memo from the water superintendent for your next meeting.
Okay.
That will outline that commitment.
Right.
And we are moving forward with quarterly, yes.
So at least give residents an opportunity to see their bill more frequently and adjust rather than getting a sticker shock at the end of the mid-year, right?
Exactly.
Will there be a cost estimate as to what the cost is involved with going quarterly as opposed to twice a year?
The cost to the town?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly put that together
It would
for you.
just be
Yeah.
interesting to know what ballpark.
Let's certainly double the amount of work in the treasurer's office
It's gotta
for
be-
than
it's
what
gotta
they're
be
doing for
something.
for the current water billing cycle, exactly.
On that first slide, you had debt exclusion, potential projects. We also received this color-coded form.
Yep, the debt model.
I think it would be helpful, it was helpful for me to kind of understand the ups and downs of what falls on and what falls off.
Yep.
It's a little dense for town meeting, but at least a handout.
So I include that in my slide deck every year.
Great.
It's a 5-year sort of projection of, what's in the levy, what's outside of the levy, what's in water, what's in CPC in terms of debt, of what that looks like. The biggest unknown right now is, I think I might mess up the numbers. It's like $43 million hasn't been bonded yet, right? So that's the seawall and the DPW.
Right.
So those are, they're in a model right now, but until we sort of go out and bond those, we don't know.
Yeah, and I know they're in the,
With
with probably an asterisk. 'cause we don't-
Yeah. So I mean, in my appendix every year, I typically go through. I go through what has been bonded, and I sort of have a slide dedicated to, hey, town meeting, here's what we've approved that isn't in these slides yet.
Because we certainly haven't even come close to talking about the McNeil dump other
Right.
than the issue.
Right.
Forget about the engineering and anything like that.
Right.
And I'm sure, I don't know how far along the schools are with Alden.
Right, yeah, and to that point, yeah, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind jumping to the next slide. So to your point, there's sort of a whole host of things, and we've talked about this over the years of, there are these things out there that we keep talking about. We don't necessarily have price tags on them yet. I think what we're going to start working towards is putting and tracking these within ClearGov, and putting our best estimates in what we think these things are going to cost, and we'll try to update those annually. But these are sort of the list of big ticket items that we've sort of talked about in our committee and what we sort of think some of the issues are out there. But we need to get more discussions with some of, hopefully when we get a planner, because Envision Duxbury has a lot of great projects in it with no prioritization and no dollars associated with it. And it's always sort of been the struggle we've had with that. And then there's new things. There's Livable Duxbury. There's coastal resiliency projects out there that, we need to sort of get into sort of one source of the truth of where does all this stuff live, so we can have one clear picture of it for the residents.
I'm ready for a motion on the article, unless anybody else.
Good, okay. I move that the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 6, regarding capital budget as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, now capital light, I believe. Small equipment and minor services. Have we done that one? No, we have not.
Don't need that.
Rainey, or Finance Committee, do you want to kind of touch on that one?
Sure, it's all spelled out.
Page 32 of 49.
Thank you for the The total is $127,000, just over.
100 and what?
Right, is that what I got?
$127,755.38.
There you go.
And Mary went through all these in detail with our joint committee with the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's, give us a moment here. Can we skip on the asbestos abatement?
What?
Just kidding.
Please don't.
No, I just realized, so this must be Alden and Chandler, right?
Alden and Chandler, yes. And that's going to be an annual request
Yeah.
for the next several years from
Right.
our facilities director.
Does anybody have any questions? Public or board members?
I don't know.
All right. With that, I will take a motion.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 7, entitled Small Equipment and Minor Services, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I think we are up to, and I'm cluttered in paper here.
Number 14.
14, which is the proposed new Town Hall Local Historic District.
All right. Is there a proponent of that? Hi.
Hi, Evelyn Walker.
Hi, Evelyn.
I'm from Keene Street, which is also Keensbrook Local Historic District. Pam couldn't be here tonight. She's off to Tokyo to race, so I'm taking her place. We recommend the creation of a new local historic district, the Town Hall Historic District, in order to protect the beautiful 1840 Old Town Hall. Its setting, which includes the World War I monument, is one of Duxbury's most iconic views. Here are 2 sentences from the National Register. The Old Town Hall is significant as an outstanding example of civic architecture in Duxbury, as one of the most sophisticated displays of the Greek Revival style in the town, and for its associations with municipal history since 1840. The property retains integrity of design, setting, materials, feeling, workmanship, and association. We need to protect this building so that its exterior, as seen from the public ways, is retained for posterity. Of course, local historic district designation does not in any way affect the interior of the building or how it is used. And just a reminder, by law, 12.6.3, passed at town meeting last year, makes it possible for the town to take care of any repair or restoration work in a timely fashion using modern materials such as AZAC to replace rotting wood, and to do that without the extra work of going before the commission for a certificate of appropriateness. We ask for your support for preserving Duxbury's historic character.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn, for the Alden district, or that one that was over there, what do we put into that?
Well, this one is the
I
town
know,
hall. Oh, you
but-
mean last year?
Yeah, it was a.
Yeah, we tried to do an Alden district and to have the library in it, and that didn't fly because of the issue with the trustees.
We did do one town building, though, didn't we do the?
Yes, we've done the Wright building,
building.
and we did the firehouse last year.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mhm.
So, and that's a lead up to this question. So, last year, the Local Historic District Commission executed an MOU with the facilities director to streamline the process so that we wouldn't have employees going to another meeting.
Right.
For approval of some kind of painting or shingles or
Exactly.
whatever it was. Was an MOU done in this for this particular property?
No, it's my understanding is that this is for all time with town buildings. So that because we have the facility manager for the town, that we don't need that extra step. So this is for all town-owned buildings that are in local historic districts.
So the MOU that we did for the other town buildings will cover town hall?
Yes, and I don't understand it as an MOU. I understand it as a bylaw, 12.6.3.
Go right ahead.
Let me help you out.
I
So-
have a copy. I think I brought it.
You're right. It was a provision in the
That's
general
right.
bylaws that
We
reads
did it.
as follows: for repairs or replacement of existing features on the exterior of a town-owned property within a district, composite materials may be used to repair the facade of the building, and trim work shall match the existing trim. The town will notify the Duxbury Local Historic District Commission within 2 weeks of the expected start date. The town will photograph the existing elements to be repaired or replaced, and those images will be provided to the commission. The town will match the detail being repaired or replaced, and repairs may commence without a meeting of the commission or issuance of a certificate of appropriateness. What this was is, and it was approved by the voters last year, it was the Finance Committee had expressed concern over it during the course of their review. We took a look at it and said, all right, there's got to be a compromise. And the reason for that was any town building that needs work on it will receive more scrutiny than any other building in town because of the levels of review that are required. Beginning with the building department, adding to the Finance Committee, Fiscal Advisory, the Select Board, and the voters at town meeting ultimately. So it was sort of a compromise agreement that said, yeah, we recognize that town buildings are going to need more review and scrutiny than anything else. And so that was the language to allow that to happen.
I forgot we did it as
Yeah.
bylaw.
And another thing that happened was, I think Rennie pointed out last year that if someone from the town had to go to the local historic district commission in the evening, that would be overtime and inconvenient having a town employee show up at night after working all day.
So we're trying to
that
avoid
was saved money doing it that way.
Yeah. Any questions from board members?
I have a couple. So as I understand, the proposed district isn't this building, it's the old one
It's
next
the
door.
old one,
Older
18
one next
yes,
door. But as I
1840.
look at the map of the proposed district, it extends all the way out to Tremont Street. Can you
Yes.
explain a little bit about
Yes.
how the local historic district commission would propose overseeing, for example, the World War I monument or the stone wall in front of?
Right. Well, the Duxbury laws for local historic districts do not include any sort of landscaping. So, but the state has approved our including the World War I monument. So, but I think anyone with a sense of place here would agree that the setting itself is just beautiful, and we would do our best, and I'm sure the town would do its best to maintain the look, if not the exact materials that are used outside.
So many years ago, there was a rehabilitation of that monument.
Right.
in 20 years, there might be, another touch-up, for example.
Right, exactly.
How would the inclusion of the monument, for example, in a district affect the town's ability to proceed with any of those repairs? Would it be similar to the building, or what do you foresee?
Oh, that's a good question, and quite frankly, we haven't dealt with that detail. But I see that,
Holly asked.
I don't see that just the monument would cause a problem. I'm sure people working together would figure out how to repair it. Actually, as you know, it has been repaired and sort of all glued back together once before, so we'd work on that again.
Okay, thank you.
A question. The church is in a historic district as well.
Yes, First Parish Historic District, and you're in Bradford.
So why are we creating a new district?
Okay, that is a very good question. We are creating a new district because of just the way we wrote the preliminary study report. We didn't have a lot of old-timers at the time we wrote this study report with us, so it just seemed logical to call it the Town Hall, because it's Town Hall District, because Bradford is clearly down the street, and then we have the DPW, and then First Parish. So we've had some discussions that we might someday be able to have this building, and so we'd have two buildings in Old Town Hall, and then perhaps have First Parish Church as part of the Old Town Hall District. It didn't seem right to have an Old Town Hall in the First Parish District, because we do have this, division of religion and church and state. And actually, the building does represent the first division of church, real consideration of division of church and state. The building, the Old Town Hall, is built for the civic purposes rather than using First Parish Church to sit around and do what you're doing.
Yeah, no, and I remember having been on the committee that a goal was to have contiguous
Absolutely.
homes so that we could create one district. We're at the point now where this would be from First Parish Church all the way down to the end of the Bradford district. pretty much,
Absolutely.
which is
It'd be wonderful.
excellent.
It'd
Yeah.
be wonderful.
McGee District.
I was going to suggest, thanks. That's where I was getting. That was where I was going. But
Well, certainly the whole area, including the cemetery, is listed in the National Register of Historic
That's great.
Places. Yeah. So I ask for you to vote in favor of this.
are there any members of the public who have any questions or comments? Board members? Vote, please.
All right, so this is number 14.
Yep.
All right, I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 14, entitled Proposed New Town Hall Local Historic District as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Nice work. All right, now we're up to,
CPC.
all right.
Whole block, CPC.
Oh, yeah, well,
All right, I'm standing, this is good. Do I need to read the preamble, given that I have a full quorum here right now with CPC?
You don't have to read the.
no, unless you're deliberate, did you want to deliberate?
We are not going to deliberate. Thank you very much. I just also want to say, if you look at that painting over there, that is the town halls, the church, and the memorial in front of it.
Right.
And CPC restored the exterior of the old town hall and the reconstruction of the memorial. So
Excellent.
that's our part in this
Windows
play.
at First Parish Church.
That's right.
And, oh yes, and the windows in the First Parish Church.
Another good use of CPC funds, for which
I'm sorry?
matching funds go.
I'm not putting anything, this is fine, you can use that. But,
We have, okay, yeah.
yeah, this is fine. Thank you. I'm Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and I thank you for meeting with us this evening. I do have a question. We also have an article that is in the special town meeting. Could we address that as well in this, or do I have to wait through the entire evening?
We don't have to, we can move it right along. You can do your
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
2 tennis courts as well. We heard, we got a little sneak peek of that.
So the first item on the agenda is number 15, the CPC Operating Fund. This is for the expenses of the Community Preservation Committee, which includes salaries, legal expenses, and consultants. For a dollar amount of, this also includes the debt service expenses for a total of $312,668. The debt service is for the Simmons property and the Pink property.
Okay.
I don't know whether you want to vote on each article or if I should just continue to go forward, or...
Why don't we vote on them one at a time?
You know, why don't, yeah, that's fine. We can start with that. So you would like us to do Article 15 and 16 first?
15.
15, let's do 15.
Operating fund.
Okay.
Operating funds.
All right.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
The CPC funds, how are those invested? I see that we have earnings of only about $10,000 on a relatively large sum. Is there an opportunity to grow that?
It's constantly at work in the bank. That's really a good question for Mary. I don't have the answer as to the investment process with that, but yeah.
Okay, because that would certainly help add much-needed funds
Right.
To the kitty, and let those dollars do some work on their own.
She's coming back.
I will say also in the operating fund, only as mandated by the Act, only 5% of revenue is dedicated for operating expenses.
Okay.
Okay, ready.
Want a motion on 15?
Yep.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article 15, entitled CPC Operating Fund, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Article 16, the CPC allocations, as mandated by the Act, 10% of the revenue must go to each of the 3 accounts: affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space. So $224,285 will go into each account for a total of $672,856.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope.
All those, can we get a motion?
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article number 16, entitled CPC Allocations, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Article 17, the Bluefish River Gangway and Float. This was brought to our attention by the harbor master. He is requesting that $21,000 be used to replace the 16-foot wooden gangway and the 16 by 20-foot wooden float with a 20-foot aluminum gangway and a 16 by 20 plastic modular float. The longer gangway will be more suitable at low tide, and the change in material will reduce maintenance costs. The products come with a 10-year warranty and a 30-year life expectancy.
No brainer, this one.
I have a question, though.
Sure.
So when we have projects like this and we have mooring fees, do the mooring fees go toward, wouldn't that be a more appropriate source of funding than the CPC?
So typically, the mooring fees would go to the town pier and the usage. That's primarily where the boaters use that area. The Bluefish float is not necessarily, as we all know, it's primarily used by people jumping off the Bluefish River Bridge and recreating in that area for that purpose. That's where I felt it would be more appropriate to come out of this fund as opposed to Waterways Improvement Fund. Just a little history on the float. That float was built by the DPW back in the 90s. They built the Bluefish float, the shipyard float, and the landing road float. Those floats, that's back when the DPW used to have like a carpenter on staff. That person doesn't exist anymore. I don't have money in my operating budget to cover those floats. That's primarily done by the DPW, and they don't have that in their operating costs. I thought, as a safety issue, people are going to get hurt. I can't put that float and gangway back in. So I'm just saying that if this project wasn't to move forward, I don't think there will be a float or gangway at Bluefish for a couple of years at this point.
Thank you.
Yep.
Take a motion.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article 17, entitled Replacement of Bluefish Gangway and Float, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Article 18, John Alden gravestone. This was brought to us by the Alden Kindred. They are requesting $8,000 to replace the gravestone, which was erected 100 years ago. And it's beyond repair. There it is.
Where is that?
Ms. Mobed from Alden Kindred obtained multiple quotes ranging from $11,000 to $29,000 for a gravestone. The Kindred has raised an additional $4,000 for the project. Priscilla's stone is still intact.
Where are these? Are these on their site?
They're over at, yes, they're on the site.
So they're located behind the Alden House or?
No, I'm sorry. They're over in the Mall Standish Cemetery on Chestnut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chestnut Cemetery, right? Yeah.
So they're accessible to everyone?
Yeah.
and-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, from a historical perspective, why replace it? If it's something historic.
It's really falling apart. What they've discovered is weed whackers have really done a number on these things.
Yeah.
And it's time to replace it so people know where John is.
What will become of the old stone? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
That was a good question. There were some thoughts of bringing it over to the Alden House and putting it over there.
I was just wondering if there's a way to preserve it or protect it.
I know. Kind of
rather-
seems like a shame, like it's.
Well, it's 1937.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Ah. So what I'm hearing from the audience is this is not an original gravestone.
Oh, no, it's not the original. Oh, I'm sorry.
Original graves.
Right.
Ah. There were no original gravestones from our historian.
Okay, so how do we know who's buried there?
Who's buried in Grandstone?
We don't.
That's from our town historian.
There are a lot of
Okay.
people in there.
Yeah. Now we're going down.
Now you
Now we're
open
going down
up
a
a can
rabbit
of
hole.
worms.
Yes.
Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so just,
I thought it was the original one.
so because it's not the original stone, we're not,
There's no original stuff.
there's no original stone. So it's not being replaced with, some extraordinary replica, or is this just the cost of a typical gravestone? 29,000, is that?
Well, you have
You
to
gotta
go
go.
up
Yeah,
there.
you have to come up to the microphone.
We were being a little loose there.
It just happened to be.
You gotta,
project,
yeah.
So I kind of got into this.
You're gonna
It's
get,
a
but
particular
Right up the
kind of slate that they had to find, and it's special. That's all I can say. I can't remember who the quarry is. Yeah.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Since,
I will add that it has to be sandblasted. It's much more precise than any kind of hand carving on it.
So they are, this isn't a replacement. They're restoring this with something.
No, they're replacing it.
Okay, I'm confused. I don't know why they would, if it's not the original one, why it would require a specific type of slate that appears.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
cemetery
yeah, and
requires
also
that.
the Alden Kindred spoke to the cemetery department, I guess, whatever they're called, the board.
The
board,
trustees of
and
the
this
cemetery.
is what they preferred as well.
Huh.
Because there's so many slate stones that are actually in the graveyard
So
currently.
it's continuity with the other fake headstones.
Right.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But replicas, sorry, replicas.
Does look nice.
Does look nice.
And
They
I'm
look
sorry,
real.
what's the cost of this again? 29,000?
No,
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 11.
no, no. It's
4 and 8,
12,000.
so 8,
12,000,
12.
but they're asking for CPA money for 8,000.
Will we be expecting requests for additional headstones in the near
Okay.
future?
Are we
I really
opening a
don't know.
headstone?
Like, I know this is just one right now, but,
Good question.
other, the one next to it teetering over?
No,
or-
Priscilla's doing fine. That one seems to be very much intact.
Yeah, but could anyone in the cemetery, I mean, no.
Because it's historic, it's John Alden. Right?
We think.
We think.
Maybe.
Maybe.
This is a tough one. I've never had such trouble with it.
I don't know, I'm struggling with this.
All right,
Come on,
motion.
come on, it's 20 past 9.
Motion.
Yeah.
Move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 18, regarding CPC replacement of John Alden's gravestone as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Article 19, this is the Harbor Walk. The Duxbury Rural and Historical Society presented this article. Sabrina so kindly has been here this whole evening in case you have any questions about this. The Duxbury Rural and Historical Society requested $20,165 for the construction of a pedestrian walkway from Washington Street to the town parking lot at Snug Harbor. The society will allocate $3,560, or 15% of the project cost. This project will provide safer access to the waterfront and the businesses, given that Matakeesit Court has a lot of commercial and recreational traffic and no sidewalk. Concrete will be used as it is ADA compliant, and lighting will be installed. The town voted to accept the Harbor Walk easement at the November 2024 special town meeting.
I remember this one, yes. There was a bit of consternation about the fact that it was donated to us. However, donation came with a price tag.
Yeah, that wasn't disclosed right at the get-go.
No, it wasn't.
Which was unfortunate, because I always like transparency.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I thought when we first looked at the plans for this, that the walkway itself was going to be some sort of a pea stone or something like that. I don't recall concrete. And we had a conversation just this afternoon at the Coastal Resiliency Task Force, because we were talking about flooding.
Right.
And about whether something that was permeable would be a more appropriate base for that, where it's coming from it's a low area there.
And if you could go to the microphone to respond.
If anybody wants to
Sabrina,
respond.
do you want to address this? Might as well do something since you've been sitting here all night.
I assured them this afternoon that it was not going to be impermeable.
You did.
Obviously, I was wrong.
I think originally, excuse me, originally we were looking at doing it with a permeable surface. However, for the purposes of maintenance and sort of maintenance expenses, we felt as though if we could get funding for having it constructed with like a concrete, like a sidewalk, that would be long-term a lot easier to maintain and take care of. Wouldn't have to landscape it, pull weeds, that type of thing. Plowing potentially would be easier. maybe a little bit better in terms of anyone in a wheelchair, if it was a gravel versus gravel, that type of thing. And so this funding includes having it paved, and if this funding isn't approved, we would still build the harbor walk. As you might have noticed, we've already had the trees cleared, because that was actually generously donated by JLS Tree. Don't quote me, something like Tree and Landscape or something like that. But so we will still have a walkway if this isn't approved. But this funding would, I think, make it so that it was a much more complete project, that was more thoroughly would be more thoroughly constructed.
What's the conversation at some meeting ago when we talked about, somebody did a study, right, about that whole area and having to raise it a couple of feet, right?
Right. And
That's where this came from, because
Yeah.
as part of that study, there was conversation about widening Mattakeesit.
Right.
And we don't have space to offer on our side of
Right.
Mattakeesit. So our hope was that in working with the town to create this, that hopefully that would be acknowledged, and that
Right, okay, quid pro quo, right?
So Fernando, you're right, but what was initially discussed was an impervious, was a
permeable.
permeable.
pervious surface, not impervious, which is where we've gotten to. And there's certainly pros and cons. I get it about the ADA compliance or wheelchairs or not having to weed it, but when it comes to, water recharge in a flood zone, and we do have conservation here, which is kind of a great thing, but I do have concerns about concrete.
I mean, nothing is set in stone here.
Or in concrete.
I'm open to those conversations.
I think this, for me, I think more conversations needed, and I'm not ready to vote on this one. I think there's enough out there that we can maybe take another look at this.
Well, the only problem is, it's coming up for town meeting. And so, I don't mind voting for the funding, but I'm concerned about the actual construction.
Okay.
So if you could do it with sort of a caveat that this is funding, for the walk with the, the construction to be decided.
Then you're overfunding it. You're recommending the town appropriate $20,000 when I have to believe that stone is going to be significally less expensive.
It would be. I mean, we're not. I think in general, this 20,000, 2165 plus our 3560, that was ideally enveloping all potential costs, and so
We revisit it next week. Next Monday, we could get some more information.
On Monday?
A compliant with just gravel?
With pea stones, you can, yeah.
Why don't we, I think you've, speaking about, certainly for me, I'd like to have some more thought on this and maybe relook at that amount based on the
Another
history of all
estimate.
this, plus also the whole issue about the fact is that this area does get flooding. We saw it, I think, was it last year or whatever? Snug Harbor, we've been talking about doing something about it, right? And so it seems a shame to waste, spend $20,000 and then have to rip it all up because of some action that we take in the future, right?
Yeah, I think we could maybe look at the numbers, or we could get some input from again, I think that the original plan was probably the better plan, and maybe you could come back with a different number, or it could be amended on town meeting floor, or
the original plan of gravel.
Gravel, yeah.
You prefer. Okay. So
Can I throw something out there real quick?
Oh, who is that?
This is Bree Lang as a member of the CPC.
Yeah, Bree, if you could just wait one moment, please. Well, I'll take a question in a minute, but our town manager was speaking.
I can flip this over to the building department, DPW, conservation.
There we
Plan
go.
All at once tomorrow.
Okay.
Send it around the horn.
Yep.
Because
Okay.
DPW is going to be concerned about how it's constructed, because we're
Yes.
going to own it, we're going to be required to maintain it.
There we go.
Building department will want to know what are the materials, because it's going to have to be permitted. Conservation and planning will have their interests. My interest would be ADA compliance,
Right.
and I'll look into that as well.
Okay.
So yes,
we can do
good
that.
idea,
We can
perfect.
Bring it
Good.
back.
It's a plan.
Kept you here so long. so-
Well,
Yeah.
can I just ask, so
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
I appreciate that, Rainey, but
Yeah.
so that was not done so how did we know, where did the 20,165 come from? Like, how did we get there?
It came from estimates on landscaping and tree work, which actually then we did get donated, and that was a good, nice gift, and construction costs.
So it was never vetted before the town for things like ADA compliance and the list that you just mentioned, Rainey?
Not that I'm aware of. Typically.
That's a bit of a disconnect.
Typically, applicants coming before the CPC bring an estimated cost and they review it. Like years ago, when I brought in, well, I won't say years ago, but a while ago, when I brought in the CPC request for dugouts over at Keene Street, I had to look at the ADA compliant aspect, get estimates, did all that. So it's typically borne by the applicant, figuring out what the price would be.
But the town, this is the town's easement, right? So
Mhm.
we're responsible.
Yeah. We may want it constructed a certain way.
So, yeah. So that's a good point. So we'll
Yeah,
we'll kick this.
Hold off.
kick this, put,
Next week.
yeah, next week.
Bree, I know I pushed you off, but we're going to take this up next week. Do you want to hold your question until then?
Wait. No, I don't, because as a member of the CPC, I'd like to speak for a moment.
Okay, we can't see you.
When we did discuss the permeable ground, and I just wanted to throw out there, as a person that works in the community, that there is absolutely pavement that is permeable. You can talk to Brady Consulting, they have a wonderful parking lot that you can go look at. It's fully available. We were there at the meeting, we did discuss the cost. ADA was addressed, and that was part of the conversation at the CPC meeting.
Yep.
I'd be happy to pull up the meeting, more minutes and email them to you.
Oh,
No,
no,
sure.
we believe you.
Yeah, we trust you.
So it was discussed to use like pervious pavers as opposed to pea stone? Is that some other?
No, I asked specifically to them if they had considered it. They said absolutely it was. I said, I understand that you wouldn't want gravel because of ADA compliance and that there are other paving options that are
Right.
solid but permeable.
That's great. So when Rainey meets with all of those departments
Yes.
tomorrow, they can discuss that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Bree, if you wouldn't mind, can you email me whatever you've got? That'd be helpful. If you wouldn't mind, please.
Great, I'll be there.
Well, it's not going to be in person. I'm just going to do it by email.
Yep, I'll send over the emails for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bree.
I'll send over the minutes and kind of information I can show you for the construction. I'm sure that Duxbury Construction could also give you many options on permeable, solid,
All right.
ADA compliant construction materials.
Oh, don't we have to go out to bid for
Thank you,
this?
Bree.
Maybe
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
we're going to
just so
skip.
I'm clear, what do you need from me in the meantime?
Just a little more patience till
Yeah.
next week.
Patience.
Got it.
Patience is a virtue.
Okay.
I'll put you on the thread. I'll put you on the thread.
And I'll be here on next Monday.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Yes. Article 20.
Let me add something also. There are permeable pavements,
Right.
permeable pavements. And
Pavers.
the Concom is well aware of these things, but it all depends on where that pavement is put. Because you can still, water can rush across that stuff at a very fast rate if it's flat. Just to complicate things, but also, one thing about town meeting also is, you should know that, you can have an article that has a certain dollar amount to it. The voters have the right, if they'd like, to reduce that amount. That's a given.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Shall we move on?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
So we're at 20.
Article 20, fireproof file cabinets for the town clerk. This is for 5 lateral fireproof cabinets because there's insufficient space in the vault. And we have numerous times used CPA money to fund a number of her projects, whether it be for cabinetry or binding or restoration of books.
Happy to offer a motion.
Yep, please.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 20, entitled CPC Purchase of Fireproof File Cabinets for Town Clerk as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Article 21, Steel Athletic Complex Seating Design for the Duxbury Schools. The request is for $48,000. We met with the superintendent, Daniel Klingeman, the athletic director, Jave Maidment, the director of business and finance, Lisa Freely, and the facilities director, Katie St. Clair, to discuss the expansion of the seating at the steel turf field. The project will increase seating for 197 visitors as the current seating of 250 seats is inadequate. The current visitor seating is temporary and difficult to access at the top of the hill. There is also concern that the current location of bleachers, which, by the way, tend to fall over constantly or get pushed over, on the far hill is too close to wooded area and possible exposure to triple E. The proposal is to design ADA-compliant amphitheater seating into the hill and to address drainage and lighting needs.
Okay, so this is just a design. What's the total estimate? I mean, if you do design, then
The
we're
actual
kind of
construction?
you automatically move into construction, right? You wouldn't authorize design work unless you're. So what's the total bill going to be?
I don't know yet. I've heard a number thrown out there, but
You're talking
again,
about hundreds of thousands.
yeah, a few 100,000.
A few. So this is what we're committing to. Basically, we're approving this.
Yes.
Well,
You're not going to.
you're recommending to town meeting. Town meeting makes the decision.
Right.
I think,
Yeah.
this year with what the voters are facing,
Yep.
yikes,
This feels like a nice to have rather than a need to have.
yeah.
Ollie, can I ask a question, Mike?
Again, I just want to add that it seems like a nice thing, but there is inadequate seating over there right now. And for people that are, especially visitors, and many times it's the local people too, to get up on that hill is quite a hike. It's not ADA compliant over there at all. This turf field is very actively, heavily used. It's very popular because of the sporting events, and it's a site for graduation. So we're talking about local people using it, our guests using this, and it's extremely popular site. So
There is no field with a higher demand, I can tell you that.
there's,
But I do have a question. Would they be looking to the CPC to fund the actual project itself once that came down the pipe?
it certainly could be addressed by the CPC.
There you go. Thank you.
Now, the Duxbury, I have 9:45 brain now. The Recreational Collaborative. Have they met with you and talked about other priorities for other athletics in this town?
No. And the other thing, when we're talking about constructing this thing,
Yeah.
certainly we will request of the schools that they look into some fundraising, possible grants, but definitely fundraising, much like they did with the tennis courts.
Yeah.
Right.
That's important. And it also gives, especially the students, that sense of ownership. It's important, and pride in a project that they have helped fund.
Personally, I love this idea. I think it looks great. I think it's super,
Elaborate.
it's a great idea, but a couple $100,000, on top of 48,000, That's tough right now.
I guess the reason I'm asking, from just having seen these fields, it would seem a priority would be some of these youth fields that are, because of the overuse and terrible, just by the end of the season, they're a mess.
Yep.
I'd rather see the effort be put into those to turf them or do something
No
to
turf.
make it more, or what, there's no, some kind of improve our fields that we have for our youth rather than stadium seating because there's some safety concerns on these fields.
Well, that's not.
So we hear you. I think when they did the survey for the open space plan that's currently being undertaken,
Yeah.
there were a number of comments on the conditions of the fields.
Right. So that's why, yeah. And I know, okay, maybe this isn't the
So
moment for it.
who's the
but
applicant? Who?
The school.
The school's
Schools.
asking for this.
Yeah. And I mean, even the Chandler, that turnaround there, Saturday morning during soccer there, I mean, I'd love to see some
What
money be
happened to that
spent.
group that was going to do all that work?
They did all that work.
What happened to them?
No, I mean, they've been pushing. It's maybe not with your group, but I mean, they've come in here and talked to us and presented
Not
to
for a
us.
long time.
Yeah, well,
Well, they were actually proposing funding it, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. They were going back to do some stuff and
why
never
doesn't the
to hear
school
from
call
again.
them on this project?
Okay, let's move
All
it.
right.
All right,
Let's
I'm
move
venting,
it.
yeah.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 21, entitled CPC Design of the Steel Athletic Complex Visitor Seating Expansion, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
I'm a no.
No?
I'm an aye.
I'm an aye.
Just one aye.
No,
Yep.
me.
Let me
Two.
just add one more thing here. This is CPA money. This is not coming out of your general fund.
I know.
Oh, I want to be careful when we talk about that. It's all taxpayer money.
I understand
Right,
it's
so-
taxpayer, but it's also matched money. And it's also taking the burden off your general fund.
Right.
So, keep that in mind, that there is, that's one little favorable aspect about this.
Well, again, it's going to go
I-
before town meeting. I think my hesitation is the enormity of all the expenses hitting the taxpayers. And if this money isn't used, it's set aside for, in my opinion, maybe another more important.
Good.
But that's,
And the reason why I'm voting no is we don't actually have the total price of this project. So I'm not going to spend $48,000.
We won't know that.
We won't
though.
know, right? But we should
An estimate.
have an estimate of what we think is going to cost before we move into design. There's got to be some sort of estimate. I'd like to understand what the total estimated cost is before I commit. I would. This is me personally speaking.
We could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, if they have the data which clearly articulates, it's a bit like, I'm not picking on you, right? But we got donated a piece of land, but we didn't realize it came with additional costs. I would have liked to have known, you're getting this land, but there's additional cost you'll have to bear. I'd like to see what is the overall cost of this. And yeah, the first tranche is 48,000. What is the next tranche?
Rightfully so. They actually did approach us for construction on it,
All right.
but it became much more complicated than they realized.
Okay.
And therefore, it had to go into a design phase.
Okay. All right, maybe if the schools come back and have more data,
Sure.
more information, it'd help me change that vote.
Yeah.
All right, well, we took a vote, we can certainly reconsider it. Maybe we'll put
Yeah.
this on for when we're doing the Harbor Walk too.
Okay.
If we can have some more information on that.
So 22,
That's
next.
good.
Let's
Thank you.
do 22.
All right, Article 22, Nathaniel Windsor Junior House windows. Again, this was brought to us by the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society. The Historical Society has requested $41,328 to restore 32 windows in the 19th century building, which serves as the headquarters on Washington Street. This will preserve the integrity of the building, which houses textiles and collections, and improve climate control and energy savings. This grand building is within the shipbuilders district, and the large architectural windows are typical of the federal-style homes built in the early 1800s. There are failed pulleys, peeling frames, cracks that are in need of restoration and must be done in accordance with the National Park Service and GSA standards. Jonathan Detweiler of Buttonwood has completed a number of projects for the Society, including the windows at the King Caesar House, which was funded in part with a CPA grant. The non-standard and decorative windows in the foyer and on the third floor are not included in this proposal and will be managed by the Society. The total expense for these windows is $68,880. The request is 60% of that, which is $41,328. And the Society will contribute 40%, which is $27,552.
Any questions?
Nope.
I just wonder where they come up with, 40-60. Why not just go 50-50 and make it a little...
It was a different percentage, we talked about it.
It
Let's
was
put
a
it that
different
way.
percentage, so that this, and...
Oh, you
and-
negotiated an increase to the 40 from the...
I think it was,
before?
no, I think it went the other way,
Oh,
right? It
really?
was originally 50-50? Is that,
No.
No.
No,
No?
it's probably less than
It's
40.
probably less than 40.
But she's not going to say, so.
but why is, it's a committee, it's an open,
We've had multiple discussions, and each time I did mention to Sabrina that would certainly be in the interest of the voters if they took on a greater share
Right.
agreed.
of the expense. And twice, they have, brought the town's share down.
But we're still not at 50-50, we're, yeah,
No.
okay.
Okay.
I will say that we certainly have a history with the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society. We did the King Caesar Roof and Wharf for $89,000 back in 2003. We did the Bradford House assessment, 50% was paid with CPA money. In 2018, we did the Bradford House windows, which was a $55,000 project. We paid $42,000 of that. And in 2020, we did the King Caesar windows and gutters, which was about $115,000 project. The town CPA monies paid $52,250.
So do we have a total of how much CPC money has been used for the Historical Society?
Roughly, I would say that it was about 90, 100, 150, about 200,000
Okay.
since 2003.
I just want to say my caveat to this vote is that I agree that I think that for the voters, it makes it easier or a little bit more, I think it's better if it's at least 50-50 or more, a bigger
Equitable.
portion on the other side, but I'm just going to say that. So I agree with you, Holly.
I'll take a motion.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 22, entitled CPC Restoration of Nathaniel Windsor Junior House Windows as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Assuming all these articles pass, what will be the balance in the CPC funding?
I'll get there in a minute.
Thank you.
Now we have Article 7 on
We
the
have
special.
special town meeting, Article 7, for the Wadsworth Park tennis courts. Steve Studley approached the committee and discussed the need for repairs or replacement of the courts at the Wadsworth Park. He has put multiple requests in to repair the courts and have been repeatedly denied.
Oh.
Repairing of the cracks increased from $18,000 to $22,000 pre-COVID. It now costs $41,900 to just repair the courts. And Steve has received a quote of $108,000 for demolition and construction. The CPC reminded him that multiple quotes are going to be needed for this project, and procurement is certainly going to be necessary. The steel courts alone cost $500,000 for 6 courts, tree removal, and drainage. The reason why this is of interest to us and putting it into the special town meeting is a couple of reasons. I went and looked at this. These are my pictures. It's in horrible shape. It's deadly. You cannot play tennis on it. There's vegetation coming up through the cracks and whatnot, and it's slippery as all heck. Where Angels Play is coming to this playground, and they are going to redo the playground in honor of the Clancy children. And the CPC is very concerned that the appearance of a closed court would not be received well by the community. So the CPC, also the CPC has added a 10% contingency on to the price, so we're asking the voters for approval of $118,000. And we felt that it has to be done quickly if we're going to do this.
So what does the 118,000 get us?
Construct it, just the court, the surface, and keeping the original fencing and so forth.
Okay. I have a question for Rainey. I thought we had a septic issue over here.
We have a shared system there.
So where is that in relation to the?
On the grass, center field.
All right, so we're not going to be ripping up a brand-new tennis court.
The tennis court's kind of in the corner.
Was there any discussion about any conversion to pickleball?
No, this is why they want to replace it. People have been up in arms because tennis courts have been turned into pickleball courts.
Right.
No tennis
and
courts left.
I remember.
They're not happy.
Yeah. There's too many pickleball courts. That's what I've been hearing.
If you ask the pickleball players, there
Yeah,
was no.
there's not enough, I know.
But if you ask the tennis players.
There's not enough.
Don't pick a
That's
side.
why I'm asking.
Yeah.
This would be an opportunity if the need is there, but it sounds like you've discussed it and it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
You taking up pickleball, Ryan?
I may. Care to join?
No, my knees
We'll
too
start a
bad.
select board league.
Yeah,
Boy, no.
If
Motion?
you want to look at the financial sheet that I handed out to you all.
Yeah, here it is.
Would you like a vote on this
Let's
first?
have a vote
Oh,
on
yes,
this one.
thank you.
Let's do a vote on the special town meeting article.
I
7.
move the select board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article 7, entitled CPC Construction of 2 Tennis Courts at Wadsworth Park, as presented.
All those in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Yep.
Yeah. Sort of. A little late, but.
Or we were early.
Okay, so my question about balances.
Yeah, good question, and I apologize, I did not do the math to,
That's
but I
right.
can tell you what is currently in the accounts, or will be in the account. I
Great.
can tell you what we received last year, or, well, within this fiscal year, what we're anticipating. Let's see. For instance, in fiscal year 2024, the CPA surcharge receipts were $1,868,395. We received a state match in the fall of 2024 of $397,390. So that is equivalent to a 20.8% match from the state. Since we were a 3% town, we got multiple rounds of funding from the state matching fund. The percentage match was low this year because real estate wasn't moving. The state match monies come from the Registry of Deeds, and if real estate isn't selling, those fees are not being collected. We have also for this, let's see, 140, okay. In that fiscal year, in fiscal year 2024, we had principal debt service payment of $140,000. This is for the Simmons and the Pink properties, and interest payment of $72,225. The Ricker $600,000 bond anticipation notes were retired, which was nice. But if you look at the financial sheet that you all received, which is giving fiscal year 26 estimates. And again, Mary very kindly pulled this all together for us.
The fiscal year 2026 balance is $2.7 million? Yeah, okay. That's
So-
before we
all right.
fund all this stuff.
Well, what we're looking at here is roughly, we're anticipating the CPA surcharge is going to be about $1.9 million
Yeah.
total.
Yep.
The state reimbursement estimate it's a low figure, but it's being used for budgetary purposes. Then their interest earnings, you asked that question about interest on our holdings.
Yeah, can I
Possibly
interrupt for a second?
10,000.
Because Mary she wouldn't have the opportunity to be here when I asked that question. On the interest earnings, which is Part A, third line down, is there an opportunity, an opportunity to boost that somehow with our investments? Is this just sitting in a bank somewhere?
No, this is the trust fund, so it's being managed by our investment management department.
Okay, is this something we'll review at some point?
So you and I can certainly talk about it offline, but remember that a municipality
Right.
is subject to certain limitations with
Yeah.
respect to what we can invest in, the level of risk that we can take.
For sure, but it's, but there's also opportunity as well.
And on that vein, we've talked about it for years, and I guess it was a tradition of past select boards to have the investment, I think it's Rockland Trust that does our event, to come in once a year and just kind of brief, for the
Yeah,
public's
some talking
knowledge, for our knowledge, just brief us on the investments. We've never, since I've been on the board for 5 years, we've been asking to do that, but we haven't done it. So I think that would be a really help. I think it would help all of us and
can
the
make that
public as
happen.
well.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
I think I'm good, Holly. I think the balance is 2.7. We got the numbers here that are coming out, and so I presume that's what's left over then.
I also want to point out given that this is going to be a difficult year, and last year wasn't a piece of cake either, that, CPA, the voters approved, 2 exemptions, which is very important. And it turns out that last year there were actually 27 senior exemptions and 2 low-income applicants for the exemptions. The first exemption is for property owned and occupied as a domicile by a person who would qualify for low-income housing or low or moderate income senior housing. That's the one exemption from the CPA surcharge. The other one is everyone gets, on the first $100,000 value of your real estate, is exempt from the CPA surcharge. And so far, we have, since 2002, CPA appropriations have totaled $31 million. We've received $10.7 million in state matching funds, which is roughly a 35% return, and $4.8 million in grants, gifts, and donations. 66.5% has gone to open space, 17.6% to historic, 11.6% to housing, and 4.3% to recreation. The thing that we are seeing now is that we are seeing more projects that would typically be paid from the general fund. And now they're coming to the CPA and saying, would you be willing to, consider funding this? For the past 3 years, we have seen roughly $500,000 that would be coming potentially from the CPA account and not from the general fund. So it does, I know we're talking about different accounts here, but given the burden on the general fund, it's good to have an account that also generates state matching funds. So-
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for
Finish
your
up the
time.
annual warrant.
Thank
There's only
you.
2 left on the annual.
Yes, we do have to go through the special town meeting tonight because
Oh, we have to get the climate emergency.
We don't need to do 24 tonight.
which one's 24?
The citizens petition, but I think it would be a nice idea to talk to Lenore.
Yeah.
For the climate emergency.
Yes.
All right, climate emergency.
And then we usually go through the special because Mary's not here.
Hello.
We went,
Good evening.
spent too much time freaking
Hello.
waffling.
Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you
course.
for your
Thank you.
commitment to the town of Duxbury.
What's that?
You may recall that I was before you early February about the climate proclamation, so some of what I'm going to say might be a repeat, but just want to remind you that this climate proclamation is really about 2 things. First, it's about bringing awareness to climate change, its effects, and its causes. We've all seen flooding that's occurred when storms and tides collide. You may have noticed other changes, including rising temperatures, more harmful and frequent storms, larger flood-prone areas, and degrading salt marshes. Awareness brings attention, and attention brings action. Second, the resolution asks our decision makers, you folks, to declare a climate emergency in an effort to protect Duxbury's residents, homes, and our economy. We ask that you make decisions consistent with this knowledge and consider whether proposed projects include climate resiliency measures. Just as you might consider other criteria when thinking about projects, such as whether it's cost effective, whether it's practical, and whether it's feasible, we ask that you consider whether or not this project will contribute to climate resiliency. As I mentioned back in February before, supporting this resolution costs nothing, 0. The cost of not taking action might be far greater. We have so far earned the support of the Alternative Energy Commission, Duxbury's Open Space, and Sustainable Duxbury. We will be going before other boards prior to town meeting to seek their support. The proclamation includes the word emergency. An emergency, in my mind, is when something bad occurs unexpectedly and there's little to no preparation. Climate changes are occurring unexpectedly. I'm sure the folks that live in Asheville, North Carolina, you might remember what happened to them this summer. They had 27 feet of water in their downtown area, which they never, ever expected. So now is the time to act. If not now, when? We ask for your support tonight to make a commitment up front to reduce the impacts from climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This petition, what force and effect would it have on the community if passed, if this article passes?
We would seek to protect our community.
Non-binding.
Non-binding.
It's a quorum.
Apparently,
It's just a poll of the voters.
apparently, as Rainey pointed out, it's been reviewed by town council, and there was no binding effect of this resolution.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have some concerns with this. First, I have some concerns with us declaring an emergency. I understand where you're coming from. I think the town, however, has and is taking a measured approach to addressing climate change. And in fact, we appointed a coastal resiliency task force.
That's right.
For that purpose.
That's right, but we're an advisory committee.
Right, and we're looking.
We can only advise, we can't take action.
Well, I disagree. The Coastal Resiliency Task Force is tasked with a number of things, including making recommendations
Right.
to the Select Board.
Recommendations.
A declaration of climate emergency, respectfully, from my perspective, doesn't help me with specifics as to what the town can and should do to be more resilient to climate change. That is, I would expect certain recommendations, such as elevating a certain area, not building in a certain area, those sorts of things. This declaration, to me, while well-intentioned, in my mind, unnecessarily deflects attention from where it should be, which is actionable things, to this whole concept of that we have climate change. And I don't know that there's anybody in town who's disputing the fact that things are changing. We can dispute the reasons, whatever. That's not for us to decide, but it is for us as a town to deal with it. And I think we as a town, certainly we as a board, I think are more than mindful of the effects, and that we want to do things about it. I just don't see how this declaration aids us in that process. And I did have another concern as part of the recitals. I did go through and look at some of the authorities here, and I found that the Alliance of World Scientists, it sounds pretty broad, but it's actually a project from the College of Forestry at Oregon State University.
Yes.
And anyone can just go to that website and put in your name and say, I'm a scientist and I support this. So I'm just concerned that if we're endorsing this and say, town meeting, please agree with this, that there's this emergency based upon the following, I as a voter at town meeting would expect that the board will have vetted the recitals and addressed this and brought it in good faith. I'm not saying that this proposal is not in good faith, but I can't support it to say, yes, we've got an emergency here, and we must rush to do a number of things where I think we as a board have already acknowledged the issue and are doing things. So I think it sends a mixed message and suggests that the town is not on top of this, and I disagree with that. I think the town is very much on top of this. Those
Well,
are my respectful opinions on this.
Thank you. And I have to say that I've been on the Climate Resiliency Task Force for at least 3 years. We have made various recommendations to various town boards. Frankly, we haven't gotten a lot of support. We don't have any of our projects moving forward. So as much as we try to move projects forward, we are simply recommending actions. We're an advisory board. We cannot do more than that. So this climate proclamation is really a call for action by you folks to say, yes, we support these projects that are in Envision Duxbury. We support the projects that are in some of the reports that have been prepared on behalf of the town with the town's support. So these projects are identified, and we have been promoting them. Unfortunately, our hands are tied as an advisory board. So we're asking for you to step up your support. Step up your support of these projects and look forward to what we are going to face and make some decisions about what projects to move forward. So it's really a call for action from you folks.
Either one of you, that's fine.
I was just going to say that I think that that's what this does do. I didn't dive into it and fact check it. But I think if town meeting were to endorse this, it sends it sends that message. It gives that support so that the recommendations that you guys come up with, you can then fall back and say, the town has, I don't want to say, declared, but the town has passed a resolution declaring this is an emergency as a top priority, and it kind of gives your recommendations, your committee's recommendations, a little bit more weight, I think, is what they're seeking to do.
I hear what, sorry, Cindy.
So one of the things is, Lenore said, we've been working on this for 3 years. And we've had a couple of roadblocks. One, of course, is the lack of town planner, for sure. And, funding. And, money is a big factor. But also in there is the perception of the general public about what is happening in Duxbury. And most people would like to think that there's nothing happening in terms of
building resiliency, of flooding, of climate effects in Duxbury until they happen, and then they forget about them again. And so one of the things we talked about and decided to do was do this as a first step now, because all the other steps have been blocked, and to take this as a first step to bring awareness, not only to not only to the select board, for us to be able to make our decisions with this in mind,
and not measured decisions, not measured actions. But this is something that's happening a lot faster than measured things can take. And so we decided to try this as a way to also bring awareness to the general public.
Right.
And to town meeting.
And
the other thing is that we're now working on, again, a project to do an educational
yes.
Project for
Outreach,
the town.
right.
An outreach project with Woods Hole. And
yeah.
So.
And as you have pointed out, Cindy, you know, it's a request for the board to view new projects, new things through the lens of climate change. Right. Like I said, there are certainly criteria that you folks use when you think about a project: cost effective, practicality, feasibility. And we're asking that you add, how does this project advance climate resiliency? And if it doesn't, well, maybe you want to ask why not.
Yeah.
But again, it's another criteria that should be, I think, in your minds when making decisions.
I think, I understand, right? For me, this is like the local historic district where the town puts town's property in local historic district is an act of leadership. So I understand what the intent of this. What I'm concerned about, and just being, there's some statements in here that I'm not comfortable with, that if they were struck from it, but we keep the other stuff that it's acceptable, I could recommend this. I think the point of the Alliance of World Scientists, I don't want to be laughed at. Oh, you select board, you authorize stuff, and there's people signing on that are not scientists, right? So I want any declaration to be made that is robust and we can all defend. So I've got no problems with the concept of moral leadership. We are doing stuff, by the way. We recommended to raise Powder Point Avenue, and it got shot down because people didn't want to spend money on it.
Well,
I mean, this anyway.
We
But
didn't get the funding.
I'll move on about the 10-foot anyway.
Right.
But
Thank you. Yeah.
but there's some things. I mean, I could recommend striking whereas the Alliance of World Scientists. I can recommend striking the United Nations. I mean, this stuff for the voters. There's we are entering a political. It's just a political realm when we make statements like this, right? So I'm just, as a board, we recommend policy and action for the town. We're not a political body. We don't represent. So there's some words in there I remove. United Nations, I mean, that's just red flags. It's almost, I hate to say it, but it's like the word diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah.
I'm the chair of that committee, and it means something to me which other people find objectionable.
Yes, and I
right?
understand.
And so this is what I'm really concerned about.
Okay.
Is this, it has certain political connotations.
It does, because it's in there, but it only asks you to do two things. One, to declare an emergency. Two, to consider the projects through the lens of climate resiliency.
I want to make those two, whereas.
Whereas.
Two whereases.
They're in the paragraph 13 and 14, or 12 and 13.
Delete the rest. Delete the rest. Let's be actionable. I don't think why we need to talk about the United Nations Environmental Program Mission Gap Report 2024 importance. What's that? I mean.
Well, it makes it clear that it's not just us.
So,
But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I'm being honest. In my opinion, here is, I've seen this with words, and there are people that we have a community. We're all inclusive, and we respect everybody's words. Yes. And some words cause tension.
Yeah, I could confidently say that this board, the 5 members that have been here since 2021 and 22, have not said no to anything.
Correct.
Related to climate resiliency.
Correct.
We have taken significant action. We recommended a $15 million seawall. We have recommended things like that Powder Point, the Alternative Energy Commission's aggregation plan, you name it. The Mattakesett Court, the Harbor Walk, seeking grant funding for that, setting up the Climate Resiliency Task Force, recommending a planner and an assistant planner to address climate change.
In the override, right?
So
Which we're recommending.
For me, this article, I would not recommend it, but I am committed to tackling climate resiliency, just like the rest of this board has done almost on a quarterly basis since we've been on the board.
Thank you.
Can we change the, I mean, I
We
know the
certainly
article's
can.
ready, but
We certainly can.
it had to be amended on the floor.
Or it could be IP.
Well, that could be done. I mean, I don't want you to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No.
I understand what you're doing, and I commend you for it. I'm with you guys. We need to have it very clear that we support and we will look at projects as we are, but I think everybody needs to and recognize the significance of what's happening and what's coming down the road. So I would have no problem supporting this with some changes to the language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think this reinforces our need for a planner.
It really does.
Because it moves along not only the things you're discussing, but in the
Yes.
comprehensive plan generally.
We've been trying very hard to give Rainey the job descriptions, to find, sources of planners. We suggested that we use a consultant in the meantime for planning purposes. But none of that's happened. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you, Lenore.
Unless you want to say something.
So what do you want to do with this one?
Okay,
I'll take a
Janice
vote.
Owens has something.
sorry, yeah.
Janice Owens, Trout Farm Lane. I just want you to know that, there are a lot of residents that support this.
Yeah.
Sustainable Duxbury supports this. This puts us on record. This gives a little teeth. You're a board now, but there's a future board that will replace you. And this is telling all future boards that this is what Duxbury believes in. And as far as, we are concerned as residents, for me and a lot of us, there is nothing more important than this. No matter what we do in this town, this will be the overriding thing that could ruin everything we do. I think the walkway was a beautiful example of putting a brand-new walkway in a zone that floods several times a year. This is going to be happening more and more. The wind in the trees around my house. Anyway, it's very important, and I just want you to know that there is support for this in the town.
Yeah, and there is support for this with this board,
right.
and you've heard
Good.
it. It's just some of the wording
Right.
I have a struggle with, but totally support it and active we are as a board.
Okay, great,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, Article Number 23, entitled "A Resolution to Declare a Climate Emergency," as presented.
Second.
Do we want to give them an opportunity to come back with an amended
Yes, please.
version for
Yes,
next
please.
week? And
That would have to happen on the floor town meeting.
Yeah, it's already
The warrant's
published.
already set.
well, before we make a recommendation, then could we not see
You have
an
to act on the
amended
articles in
draft?
front of you.
Well,
And that would have to be amended on the town floor.
Right.
Can
then
we,
could we just hold the vote?
let's hold the
You
vote
can wait
until,
till- You can,
We don't have to
you
vote
absolutely can do that.
let's
We don't
hold the
have to vote for
vote,
it ever.
and let's,
Make your opinion available at town meeting.
I don't want to put out a negative
No.
a
Okay.
vote on this.
what we can
Alright.
do is we
you
can
wanna
write
do
the
something?
amendment.
I'll
As
do
a
whatever you
select
want me
board,
to
we
do.
can write the amendment.
Which, by the way, is what the finance committee did, Amy. If you look at the sheet, you'll see it says A at TM. That means available at town meeting.
At town meeting.
So you
Well, I
can do
know,
the
but
same
if you're going
thing.
to vote the morning of town meeting, it's not going to be any different.
No.
I mean,
Well, I don't want to take a I mean, I fear that there,
You can also just, well, that can also allow you to just yield to the voters at town meeting. And then you can all do your little clicker individually.
But
It's
the
you guys.
trouble is, I want to support this. I want to support this. However, I'm not going to stand there and I support the Alliance of World Scientists when I've heard what have I just heard, right?
well,
I
I've been on the
cannot.
website, it doesn't, I disagree with, I haven't
Okay, well-
searched it, but I think that's a perfectly good organization.
Well, we have to, again, that's the problem. We have two different opinions. Why don't, everything else and it's okay. I can stand behind it, but anyway.
I mean, there's-
I
there's-
think everybody knows where I stand.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of towns in the Commonwealth that have these. This was taken a lot from Plymouth. This is a lot of what, Plymouth has said. Because you don't want to reinvent the wheel.
No.
No, yep.
And that's helpful, so
Plymouth has had this for years on their book.
Did they have the Alliance of World Scientists?
Absolutely.
They had the UN Nation Environmental
Absolutely.
Program they had on there?
Folks, we do have to get through all of special
I
town
know.
meetings.
So you have a motion.
10:20,
10:20.
and if you'd like, we can just, we
Let's
can table this, we can
Table
even
this.
vote on it at town meeting.
Let's do that. Let's table it.
And you guys can think about it, do your research. And
Yep.
Table it until when?
Town meeting.
And then we'll
We
make a
want to vote for it then,
recommendation.
or we don't have to vote for it at all? I mean, I'm happy to take, what do you folks want to do? You want to take a vote now, or? town
No,
meeting?
no, let's,
don't wanna take a
no, I
vote
don't want a no vote. I'm just trying to find a way that we can
Okay.
say yes, that we
If
can
I
all
may help
support.
clarify, imagine if the article comes forward, we're at town meeting,
Yeah,
and somebody stands up and says, I want to amend it to read as follows. You'll all have copies of it, it'll be on the screen. At that point, you can express your opinion and say, that's what I support.
But- and-
I can't hear you.
Yes.
I'm confused as to where we're left.
What, the option that the board also has is the article itself and the motion to approve it will be everybody's hands. And if you in fact want to make an amendment to that main motion, you can do that. It'll have to be submitted in writing. Moderator will read it, it'll be put up on the wall, everybody can look at it, and then the board can react to that motion, and to that amendment, to that motion, and say, oh, I do like what that says. It's not, 10 whereases, it's only the 3 I wanted to see, or the 4, or whatever, and then they can vote on that, and that's what they'll be reacting to.
Yeah.
At town meeting.
So we have to submit something.
You don't have to, I think it's a suggestion that the board has
Yeah.
made to you.
No, that's,
Yeah.
I like the suggestion, but I'm just confused about the process.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
prepare something for the moderator at town meeting?
Yeah.
We don't have to give it to him beforehand?
Well, you could, that'd be
You could.
helpful.
Okay,
That'd be very helpful, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to get it to me, we can,
okay.
Want to get it to Rennie.
Yeah.
Get it to Rennie.
All right, thank you. So
But are we going to be able,
Where we're left here.
are we going to be able to see it before town meeting?
Yes.
sure, you're not going to react to it until town meeting.
we get if we get an amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get an amendment. I like,
Because otherwise, the
Nothing
same
in front
thing's
of me
going to
right now.
happen,
I like an amendment.
We can try that.
Yeah.
Let's see if it works. I'll verify it with council to make sure that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Lenore.
Do we have to do anything else in the annual
sir.
town
Not tonight.
meeting warrant tonight?
Not tonight.
Nothing on Checkerberry?
Nope, not yet, next week.
Okay. So special town meeting, I know we're going to lose
Okay,
somebody next
let's run
week.
through this. 7 minutes flat, ready?
This
Yep.
is easy, this is easy stuff.
All right, let's do it. Article 1.
Article 1, supplemental appropriations. This is budget neutral, it nets to zero. What we are proposing to do is repurpose existing appropriations from existing articles into new ones that broaden the definition of what the new article would be. So first one is fuel depot. When it was previously voted, it was specifically for the canopy only. Upon further investigation, we need to do design and engineering to the entire fuel depot, not just the canopy. So that would be the first repurposing. Second one is the one we talked about at our last meeting, which is the remaining funding in PFAS to broaden it to be allowed to be used for design, engineering, and OPM services. And the third one is existing appropriations within the school department. At the last town meeting, we appropriated funding to close in those open classrooms and make them more safe and secure. That project came in under budget, so what we'd like to do is repurpose that to an existing school, to another school-related project, which is the rehabilitation that's needed over at Onion Field, the softball field. These would be in the special, repurposing those articles so that those projects could begin immediately.
Okay.
Just one quick question.
Okay.
Onion Field, I thought we were using ARPA money for that.
We are not using ARPA money, we are using a repurposed article.
What happened to the ARPA money then?
There wasn't sufficient funding and timing available for that to go under ARPA.
Okay.
So was that money left on the table because we had to use it before a certain date?
There was some money that was unable to be utilized through the county process, yes.
That's unfortunate.
We did the best we could.
Yeah, you certainly did.
Can I ask
mean,
another question, just kind of based on the prior conversation about if you design and engineer for something, you're basically, gonna build it. Do we have, so am I to take from the design and engineering that we need to build a whole new fuel depot where we first thought it was just a roof?
They are looking at, this project, my understanding of this project is it does not include the underground storage tanks, but it includes the canopy as well as the dispensing units.
Do we know how old the
I don't know any of the
tanks
details.
are? It's usually good for about 30 years.
So this is obviously setting us up for a bigger project,
It is.
but we don't know the scope of that at this point.
We do not. We know we can't do just the canopies.
We know use it.
We use it every single day. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, during storms.
And I failed to mention that these were voted and supported by fiscal advisory.
Okay.
It's just, to me, again, so the cost of the design for the rebuild of whatever we have to do for the fuel depot is exactly the amount of money that it would have cost for the canopy?
No, the problem is that the funding that was allocated for the canopy was grossly insufficient to do just the canopy, which is why they never pursued the project. They started to, and there was not enough funding for the canopy, and then upon further investigation, the project was beyond just the scope of the canopy.
Okay.
Ready for motion?
Yes.
I move that the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 1, entitled Supplemental Appropriations as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Article number 2 is our traditional unpaid bills articles for bills that, from a
Yeah.
previous fiscal year.
I have no questions.
No questions.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 2, entitled Unpaid Bills as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Article number 3 is transferring free cash to our OPEB trust fund, and the amount being recommended is $190,000.
Is that, just remind me, that's a normal amount, is it, or a
That
bit
is
less?
not,
Is less?
It's less,
Yeah,
correct.
because of the
Because we
fiscal
have more
challenge we're
time
in.
or something.
No,
I'm
No.
sorry?
because of the fiscal challenge?
No, so free cash was certified at 2.8 million,
Right.
and we used over 2.1 for supporting Article 6 in needed capital infrastructure, so this
Okay.
is it's a funding limitation.
Yep, okay, got it. Sorry, wrong question.
Yep.
Wrong, I had the wrong. Okay.
No worries, no
Got it.
worries.
All right.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 3, entitled Other Post-Employment Benefits as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Article number 4, I'm asking you to move to indefinitely postpone.
Article 4?
4,
Thank you.
And why?
funding limitation.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right. Number 5?
No, we have to
Or you vote on it.
vote indefinitely
Vote to
postpone.
Oh, all right. I move the Select Board indefinite vote, let's see, what do we say? Recommend indefinite postponement of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 4, entitled Stabilization Fund as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Article number 5 is transferring free cash to our accrued liabilities and compensated absences fund. The recommended amount for this article is $110,000. And just to remind you all that the part of the reason why we are doing this transfer, recommending this transfer, is should the override not succeed,
Yeah.
we will be facing reductions in force, and those employment separations will result in us having to pay out accrued benefits to employees, and we need to have the funding on hand in order to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
I move that the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 5, entitled Accrued Liabilities and Compensated Absences Fund as presented.
All those, second, and then all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Article number 6, matching grant funds, transfer of $150,000 into an article for matching grant funds.
Normally it's 250, but we don't have enough money.
And that is correct.
Thank
Why are
you.
we, and I don't mean to be rude, why are we doing any money?
Excuse me.
So we can get grants?
Because there are numerous occasions during the year where there have been requests for funding for grant matching funds, and given our fiscal constraints and the fact that we continue to ask departments and boards and committees to seek even more grant opportunities, if we do not have any matching funds available, then we completely eliminate the opportunity to even pursue any grants.
Because right now the balance is zero.
That is correct. The existing funds have been obligated to two projects that you supported at your last meeting.
Correct.
That is correct.
And there was simply no other money in order to, because it is kind of money well spent. You're spending some, but you're getting a bunch, so there was just no ability to go higher.
No.
Not this year.
Something we definitely need to have, though.
Definitely.
Okay.
Oh, totally.
I move the Select Board support and recommend the approval of the March 8th, 2025 special town meeting, Article Number 6, entitled Matching Grant Funds as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You know, we missed that out there in,
Aye.
Yeah.
sorry,
Was that 7 minutes or no?
well done, Mary, but no, just a
did great.
comment for the record. When we talked about the impact of the balanced budget, we talked about personnel, obviously, but we didn't cover, we didn't cover this, we didn't mention this somewhere. Maybe I need to throw it in there as well, or not.
It's entirely up to you. I mean, there's two impacts, right? So there's
Yeah.
the cost of unemployment, which would be an ongoing cost for a period of time.
Right.
But then there's also that one-time separation.
And then.
If we end up facing that.
And then a reduction in ability to fund grants or risk, right, so. All
How are
right,
you doing?
Right.
okay, thank you.
Sure.
There's no town manager's report as reported to me. We scratched
I'm going to tell you, though, the MBTA discussion, you guys have seen stuff about that. I have emailed
Yes.
me a copy of it. It's on the next week.
It's on next week, yeah,
6
Brian
o'clock,
covered it.
executive session.
Executive session, good, thank you.
Good, great, thank you.
Anybody need a copy of that email?
No, you sent
I
it
got
out,
it.
right?
Yeah, I emailed it to you already.
Yeah.
But it's, that is, or
Yeah.
the letter I'm referring to.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah, good. That's public record.
Thank you.
What letter?
Ah, see? There you go.
That letter, you have an email. Is it that's the email?
Send it out.
Oh, yeah, but there's two other towns that were also, got the same thing on the same day. There's 3 towns now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had that.
Yeah, thank you. You have minutes
Yes.
and announcements.
Yeah.
All right, I move to approve the June 10th, 2024 Select Board open session minutes as presented. Amy to abstain, not present.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
I move to approve the August 19th, 2024 Select Board open session minutes as presented. Cindy to abstain, not present.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How about the announcements?
All right.
We
Oh,
have
God.
3 announcements this evening. Number 1, override public forum and tax relief session for seniors. The town of Duxbury is hosting 2 public information sessions, one to discuss the fiscal year 26 proposed operating budget override, and one regarding tax relief for seniors at the following locations, dates, and times. First is the override public forum, which will be held at the Duxbury High School Middle School Presentation Hall on Wednesday, the 26th, that's this week, at 6:30 p.m. Separately, the tax relief for seniors session will be held at the Council on Aging, second floor, large classroom, on the same day, Wednesday, the 26th, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. These are live, in-person sessions with no remote option.
Brian, there's another one on 9:30 in the Mary Room on Friday morning.
Another what?
Override session.
That is at the library.
Yes.
The
9:30
library.
in the morning.
Can you
on
say that
Friday.
one more time into the mic?
Yep. It's going to be 9:30 this coming Friday, Mary Room at the library, override public session.
Okay, the next announcement is the annual and special town meeting. Reminder that the annual and special town meeting will be held on Saturday, March 8th, 2025, beginning at 9 a.m. in the Performing Arts Center, 73 Alden Street. Check-in begins at 7:45 a.m. Is that right? 7:45 a.m.? All right. Lunch will be served cash only. Annual and special town meeting warrants are posted on the town's homepage, home webpage under the Annual Town Meeting tab. Next, the annual town election information. The last day to register to vote is Wednesday, February 26th at 5 p.m. The last day to apply for vote by mail is Monday, March 17th by 5 p.m. In-person early voting will take place at the Town Clerk's Office, Town Hall, 878 Tremont Street, starting Monday, March 10th through Wednesday, March 19th, excluding Saturday and Sunday during normal Town Hall business hours. Town Election Day is Saturday, March 22nd, 2025, at Lieutenant Timothy Steele Fieldhouse, 130 St. George Street, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for in-person voting. Please note, vote by mail/absentee voting only applies to the March 22 annual town election. You must be in person to vote at the annual town meeting on March 8th. And finally, the next scheduled Select Board meeting will be on Monday, March 3rd, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. in the Mural Room, Town Hall. We have a bonus. I did it again. Bonus shellfish season. I move that the Select Board declare a temporary bonus shellfish season for 1. Declare a temporary bonus shellfish season for the commercial harvesting of quahog clams for the month of March. Somebody want to second that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I
Good
move
job
to
with
adjourn.
that.
Second. Any
All
discussion
those
about
in
that?
favor?
Aye.
Aye, this
Aye.
meeting is concluded.